Hello, everybody, and welcome to Saturday night. Kind of a last-minute thing here, so it is what it is. Nobody's here, which is fine. I just scheduled this about 18 minutes ago, so I don't expect a lot of people to catch up with this one, which is all good. Maybe people will filter on as it progresses, which does happen. But like I said, I only scheduled it probably 18-20 minutes ago, something like that. So, I'm just going to kind of hang around here for a bit, see what happens. And you never know. It could be, could turn out to be a good one. It could turn out to be crap. Hey, it's a cup of tea. What's up, man? Thanks for being here, buddy. And hi to you as well. Like I said, just kind of a last minute thing. So, whatever. Let me go ahead and mute that. Let me know if the sound is weird or whatever, Cup, if you would. It's probably all good. Does definitely make a difference when I schedule it earlier. So, I'm just going to hang around, smoke a joint, play a little guitar, and, whatever. See how it goes, right? That's correct, Last Dance. Wow, that was some serious tokage. And how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Hi, wife. Wow. Mamma mia. Damn. Thought we could run over a few things tonight if people are up for it. Definitely want to check. I started watching that briefly earlier, but need to be able to focus on that one. That's a good one. I think you would like it, Last Dance. It's pretty interesting stuff, man. Wow. I'm gonna put this thing down for a minute. Damn. Lost my roach clip again. Hey, there it is. Chip clip. Wowie zowie. Yeah, Last Dance. Would like to know if you have seen that. It was a good one. Hey, Martin. How you doing? Well, check out this documentary she's talking about. Last Dance. You will really like it. It's quite interesting. I think it's only a mini-series, maybe 3 parts. But it really makes you wonder what happened to that plane. But when you have time, no worries. Martin! How are you, man? I gotta clean my finger. Hey, hand sanitizer. Nice. Can't play guitar with a dirty finger. Not good. What's up, buddy? Yeah, the wife wants to know, what are you watching, Last Dance? Handmaid's Tale? I know you like the British comedies. Hey, there he is, Biscuit. You will got your stamina back up, buddy. Welcome, my man. Hot legs. Hey, look at Sammy Cat. The whole gang, the gang's all here. Stand by. Roger that. See if anyone can pick this one out. It's an acoustic version of the song, but sounds right, just right up your alley, cup of tea. Don't hug me, I'm scared. In New York City, had to take me upstairs for a ride. That lady, then she covered me with roses. She blew my nose, then she blew my mind. Love a little of the old Rolling Stones, baby. Good shit. What else do I know of Stone songs? Here's one in the same tuning, Drop G. That's something like Start Me Up, who knows. Butchered it a little. You have the outfit, honky tonk woman outfit. Right on. I love it. It is a tune, Martin. Yes. It's a good tune. Love that song. There's a couple good live versions of it, a good studio version, great drums. Rest in peace, Charlie Watt. Great drumming on that song. No kidding. Windows 2000. Huh. I don't remember that, but I'm not surprised. You don't know Honky Tonk Women by the Rolling Stones, Anna? That's cray cray, yo. I remember, do you remember Last Dance, or anybody, without Googling, no Googling for trivia, the campaign theme for Bill Clinton, popular song? I want to say it was the first time around, but it might have been the second. He won them both, so the campaign song. Anybody? Oh, that's all right. If you don't want to listen to music, don't listen. I listen to a lot. It's a great enjoyment of mine. Yeah, I was, you got it, buddy. Fleetwood Mac. Good song. And, I remember the Clintons all on stage dancing. Don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Yeah, there's some good music nowadays, Anna. In fact, the band Jimmy Eat World. Interesting, Martin. Jimmy Eat World has a new song and maybe even a whole new album, which is pretty good. It has guitars. It kind of does Last Dance, because now every time I hear that song, I'm like, think of the Clintons, because it is a good song. It's by far not Fleetwood's best, but it's a good song. It's a solid track. Christie, I think, sings on it, and the scrawny guy there plays with his fingers, whatever his name is. Is that another? That's another band, right? Yeah, Jimmy Eat World is all right. They're kind of pop rock, pop punk, but they play guitars and they sing and play drums. So it's a rock and roll band, good enough for me. I don't have to love their music, but they have some good stuff. Also, Anna, Korn is still playing some music if you like the new metal. The Red Hot Chili Peppers is still putting music together. Weezer is still doing rock and roll tracks. They're all still making, yeah, Christie sings that one. Yeah. So don't give up on modern music altogether. The classic stuff and the stuff from the 90s and early 2000s might seem better, but there's still good stuff there. Korn's good, man. Hell yeah. In fact, I requested Freak on a Leash for our boy Random Goon, who played his live show last night on Twitch, which was great. And I love me some Korn, Freak on a Leash. Jonathan gets very creative. I'm not Oh, right. Yeah. Perfect. What does NEE stand for? Christine Perfect was her maiden name, I believe. Cool, brother. That must have been, what, in the 90s, Martin? Early 90s? Mid 90s? Geez, I don't even know when James Bond, I think he's dead, right? Maiden name, I knew that. Is that what NEE, N-E-E means? Is that a prefix for that? Call. I mean, I don't admit not knowing something, or was it a misprint on your part? Amy Lee from that band. Oh, neat. I never heard that before. Cool. You learn something new every day. Thank you, buddy. Born. All right, on English bottle cap. Welcome, man. I did not know that. So that's a cool way of writing it. It's a nice tidy way of writing somebody's maiden name following their married name. Cool. See, Amy Lee, what Evanescence? Yeah, I always found her to sing a little bit on the flat side. Um, but yeah, she can sing. Living in America, great tune. Living in America was featured in Rocky 4, I believe, with the Russian, right? Drago. I think before the exhibition fight when Apollo is going to fight Drago, when Drago kills Apollo, flat, not physically, but tonally, class dance, tonally, by her pitch, her key, her tone, I find to be a bit flat. But yeah, James Brown plays Living in America, and then shortly thereafter, Apollo Creed gets punched to death by that massive Russian. Good movie. And you knew that, you wise guy. No, not clean. I meant slightly below pitch. I think I find her to be a little, her voice to be a little bit deep often for, I think key-wise, she's a little low. At least in a couple of their pop songs. The one that Wake Me Up, is that the name of it? Wake me up inside. You know that song? I don't love it. Yeah, the Russians, there you go, Martin. Right, but they were cheering Rocky at the end, remember? When Rock came back. Okay. Cool. Thanks, English. I'm not familiar with that one. Bring Me to Life. That's the one. Yes. Hey. The training montage in Rocky 4 when they're running on the beach and what? Or, no, you're talking about when Rocky's training in Russia, probably, when he's running through the snow, he's lifting the log, and then they juxtapose it by showing Drago, I think, in the laboratory punching the computer thing, fucking showing his power, and of course the steroids. Yeah, good scene. Cup of tea. Come on, cup of tea. Don't be rude. But really, is she goth or emo? Drago. Okay, got you, buddy. Thank you. Drago. That's what I think. That's what I was saying. I heard "Lovin' You" by Minnie Riperton. My mind read Rappaport, but it's Riperton the other day. Cool. I don't know if I know that. I know a lot of music, but I will check that out. Notepad time. I'm going to have to read through this notepad start to finish some night. It's pretty hilarious. Riperton. And that dried up yesterday. Oh, okay. Got you. Understood. It's over. It's all over now. That's fine, man. No worries. Power smoking that joint earlier while I was playing guitar really hit the spot. Whew. Man. Fire. Well, we can fire this bad boy up. It's after 8. This is kind of an informal, as opposed to the formal pub. This is the informal pub, which is not exactly formal. But anyways, join in if you guys want. And, yeah, I must have heard it. I'm pretty sure I heard it. Everybody's heard it, right? How's that one go? That's right. Yeah, I don't really know it. Show finger work? Yes, sir. Damn microphone. So I don't really play this song very often, honestly, so it's kind of, not my best work. Thanks, Aphid. I appreciate that, man. All right. Here's Last Dance. Thanks, man. A minor work, thank you. Was A minor work, very good. What's up? How you doing, Last Dance?
Hey, good to see you.
Good to see you too, man.
Wow, that is dark.
That's all right. Your
Yeah.
face is lit. somewhat.
I'll add a little bit of light so you can see my true hideousness. Let's see. Come on, get in. There's that. I'm getting there.
Are you lighting the old gas light? The old torch?
Yeah, right. I have my hunchback retrieving it right now for me.
What hump? Do you you sound better.
I'm getting slowly better. It's just a cold that's hanging on. It's mostly the cough now. I don't feel bad really.
Yeah, I think that's been going around hugely. I had it about 3 weeks ago and just lingers, but no biggie.
No seance, Martin.
Seance. Interesting. I've heard that word a million times. I don't think I've ever seen it written down before. Seance.
Yeah, it has. It should have a little, accent mark or some such mark over the.
Right.
I think the A, but hopefully it's not AIDS. No.
Right. Otherwise, it would be seance. Seance. I guess.
Yeah.
Right. Good old Aphid always coming in with the positive.
Yeah, sorry. He's our ambassador for hope.
Right. That was that's a joke you can make nowadays.
I know.
The AIDS joke was something you could make. I don't even know if you could still make it as a joke, but people are living now with it undetectable.
Right.
So it's certainly not terminal as it once was, for sure.
Yeah, it seems to be one of the great medical achievements in my lifetime.
That's it. English bottle cap. He says it's above the E.
Okay. He's pretty smart. Plus, he's British, so.
Right. How do you get that letter? Is that on a normal keyboard to get it like that?
It's not on the keyboard. There's usually some combination you can hit that puts it there.
Right. Exactly, Martin. That's fancy keyboard work. English bottle cap, not just some soccer hooligan. He's teaching me about, what was it? NEE, the abbreviation?
Yes, knee, yeah.
For a maiden name.
Right. I mean, I never learned these things. I just came across it in reading and, newspapers and so on.
Well, then you learned them through your own life.
Yeah.
I've just never read it, or maybe it never clicked in my head what I was reading, Copied it from Wiki. Right, of course, the old copy and paste. No kidding, was he?
Yes, he had a long and distinguished career in medicine before he clowned himself over COVID.
Now, when you say in medicine, was he on the public health side of it, or on more of like literally a doctor treating AIDS patients?
I believe he's been in his current position, or the previous position he just vacated, the director of the National Allergy and Infectious Diseases Institute. I forget what it's exactly called. He's had that job for like 30 years, so
that would put him into the mid, 93.
Yeah, I'm not really sure exactly. I'm saying 30 years. It could be 40. It could be 25. I don't know.
Right, because I would.
A long time.
AIDS was rolling pretty heavily by then.
Yep.
I bet even earlier it's possible.
Yeah.
Huh. But yeah, you're not a fan?
Nay. No, I am a fan of Fauci. I just think in this one aspect, he's done some bad stuff, and nobody's career is perfect, but you don't get to erase all the good things they did just by focusing on a handful of bad things. Nor do you get to ignore the bad things just because he's done some good things. It's all part of the story, I think.
So, do you think he intentionally did bad things, or out of just ignorance, abundance of caution?
No, I think he didn't intentionally do anything bad except try and suppress his role in funding the gain of function research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology.
Right.
Exactly, Martin. Exactly that way. And just like your Johnson, it's talked about in whispers amongst women.
Yeah, back to the Fauci thing. So, do you think when like Rand Paul was attacking him at those Senate hearings, that it was a good look for Rand Paul?
No, it wasn't.
I thought,
Congress is just a clown show from both
right.
sides of the aisle. It's all actors, but if you look behind it, he had a point to make, and Fauci had a point to make, and they probably could have made those points in 5 minutes and be done with it. But it's all a big play, and everybody plays their role.
In other words, if Fauci just explained clearly what he had done and there,
What he funded.
which wasn't a huge amount of funding, but it was money. I think it was
Well,
in hundreds of thousands to low millions, possibly.
yeah, I mean, it went to I forget the name of the EcoHealth Alliance was the organization that it went to, and then from the EcoHealth Alliance they funded the Wuhan Institute of Virology. So there was this cutout, but Fauci knew exactly that the money was going to the Wuhan Institute of Virology. So,
Mm,
but he thought he thought it was a good thing. He wasn't actually trying to create a global pandemic virus.
right.
That wasn't his goal.
Right. You can't attack him after the fact and almost saying like, yeah, well, now the pandemic is here and you funded it. It wasn't like
Right, right.
now.
I mean, there are lessons to be learned, I think, from
Oh yeah.
that. If you deny you did it, then you can't learn those lessons. At least the U.S. government can't. But I think, the lessons are learned, basically.
Now with 6 of the 8 or something agencies are now saying that it was natural, and 2 are saying that it was a leak or a lab leak. It's kind of
Well,
confusing.
nobody knows, and
Nobody
that's the
knows.
problem. So there's a kind of almost a more logical reasoning than based on a few scientific facts. Like how could it come here? How could it get to here unless this were true? Because China won't provide the evidence of what happened at that lab. Almost certainly because that's where the virus originated.
Mm.
Now there's actually 3 different scenarios, and people I think lose track of this fact. The one scenario that everybody's familiar with is the gain of function research, and the theory there is that the lab, through their own manipulations, added functionality to the virus. The other theory that most people are familiar with is it's called the zoonotic theory, and that is that
Right.
somehow, through some magic, animals got sick and gave this virus to humans.
Quick point on that one. That initially was pushed as the acceptable theory.
Oh, and anything that differed from that, like the lab leak theory, was decried as a deranged conspiracy theory.
And in addition to that, in an offensive, theoretically offensive, I don't know how I would put this. Which one would I see, just looking at those two as being more culturally offensive, would be the one that's based around something that's a norm in the culture that everyday people take part in, but yet we were made to believe that blaming it on the government in a government-funded laboratory was more racist.
Yeah, that really was stupid. It's
know what I
okay.
mean?
It's okay that these people are eating, disgusting bats,
Right.
in there. That's okay. That's not racist, but somehow that it was manipulated by government scientists
Right.
who have to be very, very capable in order to do this,
Mhm.
right? This is a great capability. It's put to ill use, but it's pretty impressive for scientific and technological. But then there's the third one, which is another variation of the lab leak theory, where it's kind of a cross between natural. Topple knows this because he has firsthand experience of the bad things that can happen.
Yeah.
So there's something called a passage, and the idea is that an animal, sneezes on another animal and passes the virus to them, and then that animal sneezes on another and passes the virus to them, and that's called passage. And if it goes through enough animals, and because it's an RNA virus, every time it goes through them, there'll be some mutations. And this third theory is that it escaped from the lab, but it was through passage through animals in the lab, and that's the third theory. And so
is that involved with the potential that I've heard people saying that animals may have been sold from the lab?
That is another variation of the lab passage theory, is that
right.
Lab animals had it, and then it was sold into the wet market by people scientists taking their homework home with them, and then bringing it to the lab.
Right. It is.
Bringing it to the market. Sorry.
The positioning of the wet market to the lab. It clearly came from one of the two things. In a geographical area, it's probably 10 square miles. We know it came from there.
Yeah.
But how do they know that specifically?
They don't, and there's evidence that there were cases before the cases that originated at the wet market, or that are linked to the wet market. There appear to be cases before, and there appear to be scientists in the Wuhan Institute of Virology who got sick with something that is not very well established, but it was pretty serious. They got sick around the time, but just before the breakout occurred allegedly at the wet market.
Right.
So those are all that all puts the Wuhan Institute of Virology in the focus. The lack of anyone finding an animal with COVID-19 that might have any animals. If it passed from animals to people, then it passed from animals to animals, and so you should be able to find animals that have it. Bats, if you claim it's bats, or pangolins or something, you should be able to find them. And maybe it's true. Maybe they're just not that often, or maybe it was maybe 0.1% bats have this, and just happen to bite a human. So you really don't know. You can't really say for sure what happened.
Right, and theoretically, even though it's less likely, we were always made to believe that it had to be an aerosol of coughing or mist or spit or spittle or something from the long mouth area, sneeze, nose, whatever.
Right.
So theoretically, if it was a dead animal, it would still have the virus on those areas, but it's not breathing, it's not sneezing.
You would have had to get it through the stomach, and maybe that. I don't think
that's possible.
I don't think it was. It certainly wasn't spoken of as a likely transmission route.
I mean, the only other off chance would be that you got some liquid of it, saliva and other, that had it in it, and then you got it on your face, mouth, nose, eyes. Not impossible, but it's highly unlikely.
Like someone put the bat in a blender and it aerosolized the...
Yeah, I mean, people have gotten sick from, bush meat. They've gotten, Ebola and shit like that from monkeys they've killed in Africa that have this, that are sick. But obviously, that's a different virus altogether, and a lot scarier, along with this Marburg. Is that how you pronounce this new hemorrhagic fever that's come up?
Well, it's not new, but
not new, but kind of the fever of the week, I guess.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
But one sounds scary.
Yep, it's pretty bad.
What's the mortality rate in the teens to 20?
I don't know. Pretty damn high.
Yes.
It was the scary virus before Ebola
Mm.
came along and made it not as scary, because Ebola had seemed to have a even higher fatality rate.
Yeah, and it also reminds me of one they used to find in like caves in the Midwest, even here in Arizona, and was that called the hantavirus or something like that?
Hantavirus is commonly spread by mice, field mice.
Mice, yeah, that's what it
Yeah,
was.
and it's in their droppings. So yeah.
Right. And there was like these maybe sweat lodges, like Indian type caves underground out west, and like reservation type areas where
Yeah.
people were getting this sort of thing from that. And that
Oh
that's
yeah, they would get them. There were shelters, kind of, for people hiking the Appalachian Trail,
mm,
and they had lots of mouse trappings in them. And some hikers got hantavirus and got extremely sick. I think maybe one or two died.
damn.
It's a very bad virus.
And that's every mouse could be living in anyone's house.
Yeah, absolutely. Whenever I see mouse droppings, I'm like, that is biohazard there.
Right.
Hit it with bleach.
So it can kind of like, as they get dry and sort of literally turn to dust, they can still have some kind of a living version of the virus. Viruses
Yeah.
aren't really alive, but sort of. It's kind of a bizarre thing, but
Yeah, I don't really know the exact what the risk is. It's probably
right.
like everything. It's probably less than we feel it is. But people have gotten sick from mouse droppings.
That is a damn good question from Anna.
Yeah, it probably was. It either originated from there, or it was isolated by scientists there, or maybe it has nothing to do with it at all. Look it up in Wikipedia. Marburg virus.
Right.
Might even be spelled differently. I don't know.
There's a virus from Connecticut. What is that? The Norwalk virus or the Norwalk virus? Norwalk?
Yeah, I've
That
heard of
was
that.
discovered in Norwalk, Connecticut at some kind of a function.
Well,
Along with Legionnaire's disease, I believe, was discovered at like an
The-
American Legion
convention in
function.
Philadelphia.
There you go. So,
And Lyme disease is named after the
Lyme-
Connecticut
Lyme,
town, right?
Connecticut as well,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yep.
Crazy shit, dude.
Yep.
Legionnaires now, they found there's cooling towers in large apartment buildings. I'm very familiar with this. It helps to cool the system down for air conditioning on a large scale. So it's literally it's a giant heat dissipator, dissipates heat, uses the air to cool it down. But up there's this long arm that sprays water over kind of a big aeration sort of a filter that just
Yeah.
cools the water down. Well, in that, droplets of this fly over the edges of the building, and they were discovering on occasion in New York City and other big cities, people were getting Legionnaire's disease from these cooling towers on tops of buildings. So
Wow.
yeah, now they have to. It's a whole industry. You chemically treat all the buildings. These guys, it's a really great job if you can get into it. You have this license. You go around. You have your own system in all these buildings. And you add the chemicals. You test the water weekly. And guys, you can get rich doing that sort of thing. It's an industry that nobody knows about, but they save tens of thousands of lives a year. Because the water in those systems is essentially closed, except for that 1 second where it's exposed and aerosoling out up on the rooftop. And being that it's water droplets, drops down onto the ground, people inhale it, and boom.
Yeah.
And there he is. What's up, our favorite droplet?
Speaking of our favorite Legionnaire.
What's up, man? How are you?
Good. How you guys doing?
Wow.
Good.
I'm turning my volume down. That's how I'm doing it. Okay.
Yeah, I heard an echo.
It's all right. Fresh new hat, aphid flat brim.
Well, it's not fresh. It's just I don't wear. I just try to wear a different hat. I'm a man of many hats.
Nice, good for you, buddy. How you been?
Busy.
Oh yeah, work is good.
Yeah, I just came from there actually. I was gonna work there tonight,
That's good.
and I was
though,
gonna
dude.
figure
Make
out a
that
way
money.
to stream from there.
Hell yeah.
That's the old Aphid Lip Studios.
But instead, you're lucky at home having a smoke and a beer.
I am.
Good man.
Yeah, we picked up a New York style pizza on the way home, and I didn't, I should have ordered it by the slice, and I was just like, I'll take a large, and it was like $30, and I was like, oh my god, this ain't Pizza Hut, but it was like I had to put it in the back of my truck bed almost to get the damn thing home. It was so big.
Awesome. Good thin crust. Good sauce.
Like fold. You could fold it. I mean, I wouldn't say super thin because here in St. Louis, that's what our specialty is we got like cracker crust out here.
Cracker. Now let me ask you: did the New York? I'm big into the pizza reviews. Did the New York pizza hold when you held it level, or did it flop?
It flopped.
Yeah, that New York flop.
It flopped for sure. My son was like all down underneath the flop because it had a string of cheese, and he was going for it.
It tastes good. I mean, it's good.
It was good. I mean, would I want that every time? No.
It's a little
especially when I
doughy.
can.
I never understood all the insanity over the New York style pizza, but
I had some
Well,
really a good pizza in New York City at Original. I think it was Famous Ray's or Original Famous Ray's, but awesome. And there's another place called John's of Bleecker Street that's famous, but I've never been. Both supposedly good.
I watch that Barstool guy that does the pizza reviews. That's funny, but that's some funny shit, man.
It's good. It's good when he's in your town, and he's done St. Louis.
Did he? Oh, I didn't. I'll have to look that one up. He was somewhere. I feel like it might have been Chicago. Anyway, yeah, it was Godfather's Pizza, and I think it was, it was in Nashville, I think, or something. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But the like one of the, I guess he was like not the owner, but like a manager or something, came out and told him, did we give you permission to film out here? And he's like,
that one's famous, bro.
You've seen that one?
Yeah, everyone has.
Oh, I didn't know. I just came across this guy. Yeah. So I'm like, man, this guy's great. I've never seen him before.
Yeah, and his answer to the guy was, no, we didn't. And the guy goes, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. And Portnoy says, this pizza sucks. 0.2 is the score. And he spits it out and throws the slice and walks away. It's fucking awesome. And then about a week later, the actual owner is on Barstool Sports, like begging Dave's forgiveness.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, wow. So there's some backstory.
So some people came out and said that owner sucks. He should have backed up his employee. But other people came out and said, Dave Portnoy's there to review pizza. You might want to make it like the best experience of his life because it could bring you tens of thousands of fucking dollars, dude. But,
right.
Yeah, I mean...
I can't believe that dude said that to him. I mean, what was he thinking?
Yeah, that was just crazy dumb.
Because even the people that were sitting on the patio were like, they told you to leave? Oh, my God.
Right. And there he is.
Hello.
Topol is alluding to the this massacre that occurred in Hamburg, Germany, a few days back.
Yeah.
It was Jehovah on Jehovah violence.
It was? It was another Jehovah that killed the Jehovahs?
It was someone who either once was affiliated with that. They're either a current or former disgruntled. I don't remember the exact details, but they were. It wasn't just somebody walking into a random building and shooting people.
You getting a lot about this over there, Biscuit? Mass shooting in Germany?
Oh, no, not heard a single thing.
Come on.
I haven't watched the news for a while, though.
For us, it's bigger news. We got so many mass shootings, and international mass shooting spices things up a little, you know? Wow,
it relieves some of the pressure on us.
Yeah, that's the first thing I thought. I was like, only 6, but man, somewhere else.
Exactly.
Well, they get a few every decade in Germany, whereas we get about one a day here in America.
Yeah, it is. Well, mass shooting there's more than one a day, but the way they classify it, I think it's more than 3 or 3 or more or something.
Hell, that's there's 5 of those every day in Chicago alone.
Thanks,
I know, man. Here too.
Yeah, it's she's huh?
Hey, Biscuit, you're looking pretty rock and roll there.
Looking good,
Thank
buddy.
you very much.
Getting groupies, no doubt.
Not anymore. Not at minute.
Anyone know what Cop is talking about here? The AUKUS deal?
It could be Australian. It's Australian, UK, US maybe would be least. US will
Man,
sell Virginia.
That's a lot of words for me to follow there.
Do any of you guys bank with the Silicon Valley Bank?
No.
Because it went down yesterday or the day before, didn't it?
Oh, we know. You know, do you know the company Roku?
Yes.
Roku had 25% of their total value all in cash in that bank.
In that bank, yep.
$480 million.
And you know what? $250,000 of it are insured by the federal government.
Right.
Is that how much? Is that how much it was?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they came out and said in their reserves they will have enough to meet their investors, requirements for the next 12 months or longer. So I think they might survive, but that is just...
It's a big blow,
crazy.
though. Quarter of your entire amount of wealth.
Yeah, I'm sure the shareholders will be glad that they didn't distribute it to the shareholders and instead kept it in the company. Good move.
Would have been better getting it out, right?
Yeah,
Well,
I think so.
I'll be back in just a second if you guys can hold on for 1 second.
I mean, they're pretty. I would think they should be able to survive because I mean they're a big company. I got like a dozen of their devices in my house.
I've got a Roku stick, 4K one.
I think they're a healthy company market-wise, so they'll be able to bring the money back in. But
Well, they get plenty of
I don't
money
know.
just for putting those buttons on your remotes, don't they?
yeah, I would not be happy with. Someone's head's going to roll at that company.
Well, you can't blame someone for keeping... At least they split it into different banks.
Well, I don't know. It's a good point. I'm not. I think it was.
Unless
I don't know
you were
what the- how
inside
risky the
trading,
bank-
you don't... The
I don't know what
was,
indicators.
The bank was a week before saying that they was doing really well, but then they had to... It was something like they wanted 250 billion or something they needed to find. And
Yeah.
that's what started the roll on people taking the money out.
Yeah,
According to
we-
Linus Tech Tips.
We'll never know this story until much later when the full kind of data dump and forensic dump comes out. But these things don't just fail, because somebody's trips over the rug or something. It indicates that extremely risky investments were done. I don't know if it had anything to do with if they were hooked into the crypto collapses, that when maybe their money was somehow, maybe they invested heavily in that, and when that tanked, they were left in an extremely difficult position. I don't know, but
They were very heavy in tech and tech startups. In
yeah,
their
you said that,
investments.
but how bad? That's. I mean, if you invest like a venture capitalist, then
Apparently, it was because they was asking for a loan of a certain amount of money, and the people that got wind of it withdrew all the money out of the bank, and they withdrew too much, and that caused the bank to crash.
Well, it caused a run on the bank's depositors, I think,
Yeah.
yeah.
which was like 60% or something like that. So, yeah, it's a bit scary. Hey, McGrand.
Hey,
How are you,
McGrand.
man?
How are you guys?
Good.
All right.
I definitely am concerned. It was the 60. People can't say it was a small bank. There were banks in Massachusetts, and the bank originated obviously in California. So There were a lot of branches, you know.
It's a big bank. But I think I saw it's something like it was the 14th biggest bank in the United
16th.
States.
but
16th.
There
Okay.
was a story that the CEO and a lot of the top executives were selling their common stock.
Yeah, I saw that
Insider
story.
filing several months ago.
Yeah, they said it was a planned sell. Now, I don't know whether I believe that. A scheduled sale, as a
Could be.
Yeah, I would hate to be a guy who worked his whole life and had his couple of $1,000,000 in retirement in there, you know, and they're going to tell him he's only going to get 250 grand back.
No. It varies. It depends. If they're with them as a securities account, it depends. I mean, if you own their common stock, you're screwed. But if you're a depositor with them, it's a different story. Because if you're a depositor, especially if it's even in a brokerage account, if it's SIPC, it's up to $2 million.
Okay, that's good.
So, and that would be their failure. And actually, it all depends.
Shit show. If it comes down to every bank,
It's
Other-
classic, dude. It's classic. It's
you think this is
the
the start of the big?
No, it's actually common practice, especially when you look at casualty insurers, insurance companies, which is a whole nother thing because that's all state regulated. But insurance companies they're investing in the market, and when they lose money in the market, then you have and also right now we're in the middle of an overbuy by corporate America in the real estate industry, especially corporate real estate, and that's all falling apart because of the higher interest rates. All these guys were leveraging themselves on variable rate mortgages. So as the rates come up, it ends up snuffing them out. And then you got the COVID experience where everybody stopped going to the office. So a lot of companies decided, well, you know, it's sort of efficient. We can save a lot of money with that for real estate.
And also variable rate loans, which were very popular back when the rate was low, and not just
Exactly.
mortgages, but
So-
straight loans, cash
Yeah.
loans.
It's a real boomerang here, Steve. Higher rates, they're all feeling the pressure because their margins were too thin.
Yeah, I think it's a mistake for the Fed to be raising the interest rate so aggressively. I think that there was recently a fairly large increase in wages, and wages aren't going to go down. In order for companies to have to pay these wages, they have to charge more. Charging more equals inflation. I mean, it is what it is. We have to live with it. I think they should drop the interest rate, wake up the housing market again, and just let's cruise forward, man.
No, everything's overpriced. It's a shock. It's anti-inflation 101. That's what you do. You slam it. Remember Volcker? Volcker did that, and with Ronald Reagan, Richard Nixon actually froze wages and prices with rampant inflation, and that was a time of 21% home mortgages. And
Yeah, I've read about this. This was in obviously the 70s.
yeah, and there's only one way to cool it off. And unfortunately, in that case, it was all due to government spending in the war in Vietnam.
But in this
Right
case,
now-
do you think it's going to have a chance of reduce if cost is what it is because things are costing more, employees are costing more? How much are they going to reduce it?
Well, here's what's going to happen, Steve. These companies are going to end up firing people because you're going to see a reduction in demand. And so you're going to have more and more people getting fired and more people not being able to pay and more people not buying. And that's the natural evolution of the process where you shock the economy into realizing that's what happens. People cut back.
Yeah, I hear you.
And then
I generally don't like Elizabeth Warren, but she was going at Jerome. Afa, do you have some some gas from the New York style pizza there? What the fuck?
Somewhere.
I guess so. Elizabeth Warren was going at Jerome Powell the other day saying you may correct the interest, but you're going to have a lot of people out of work by your actions. And his answer was the benefit to the American people on a greater whole will be better than the short-term loss of these other people, which sounds shitty for the people losing their jobs.
It does, but what he's trying to avert is, if you look at the longer timeline,
Yeah, it can mean
a dramatic, significant, cataclysmic event. So if you stifle it now and choke it off, it prevents what's going to happen anyway, because we can't stop it. Real estate's overpriced. I mean, people can't live in apartments, man. They can't pay the rent, and we need a readjustment. You know, just watch the price of bacon. That'll tell you what's going on. When they put it on 2 for $1, that means they're scared. That's a good thing.
Go ahead, Aphid. What were you going to say, man?
What I was gonna say, what he's saying is basically, if we lose 5,000 now, it could prevent us from losing 50,000 later. That's what I got out of it, at least.
Yeah, exactly, or more.
Yeah, right. I get you. Some loss.
I know. I'm just using number.
Yeah,
showing the difference.
I got.
I'm not going.
There she is.
Guten Abend, Anna.
Hey, Anna.
Ah, hey. How are you?
All right.
Hola.
Looking stylish.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. What do you think of Biscuit Vapes over there in his vest and red shirt?
He is outclassing me for sure.
Will you park my car, Biscuit?
Lovely.
That or hit me again.
Here we go. Here's the beer bartender.
The most memorable outfit ever worn on the pub was the Cliff Huxtable sweater by Last Dance about a month ago.
I think he was serious with that, and I think his feelings were hurt that it got crushed so bad.
Well, I am very sensitive.
Put it on for a joke.
I am very sensitive, but I just didn't want to talk about it the whole pub.
Was it part of a Halloween costume, possibly, with
Yeah,
the Jello pudding pop involved?
Well, it works so well for Huxtable. I thought I could pull that off too.
Right. You have some Rufinol with that?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Absolutely.
I won't take any drinks from you.
That's the official name for roofies, huh?
Apparently, this is something we never had to deal with, but maybe you guys did, or you might, Baby Biscuit or Anna. The roofie thing has gotten crazy, at least here in Boston, like in the clubs and shit.
Rohypnol.
Guys drop these Rohypnol pills into your drink, and then you're in some sort of you get into this state where you're like asleep but on your feet, and you
we used to call them Quaaludes.
Or on your knees.
Quaalude is a different pill.
No, I don't know that. I mean, they drop. It's called KO drops, but I'm not sure what kind of chemical it is.
Ketamine, maybe.
It's a rape drug, right? They rape people. Then
Yeah, date rape.
KO
yes.
would imply knockout.
Okay, yeah.
Ketamine, that's major, man.
Ketamine, Special K, nah.
I don't know what's called. I don't know what it is inside. But I know it's
Smokesteve saying, "Hold my beer."
I don't know, but it concerns people that go to clubs a lot. I mean, I don't go, so I don't know.
Pirate bandana. Okay.
Smokesteve, you're about that age. Did you ever rave it up?
No.
Yeah.
I did other different things, not raves though. I was a bit more on the hippie side of things.
Well, I mean, I figured, but it didn't mean you didn't go to a rave once.
Never, not once.
Oh, I've been to one.
I threw some huge
I thought it was
parties.
lame, though. I thought it was so lame.
Did you keep your clothes on?
Me?
Yeah.
I
doesn't
never keep
know.
my clothes on.
Did you do proper ecstasy like back in the day?
No, I didn't
ecstasy?
do anything. I didn't do anything. I got there and I was like, this is so lame. Like they
There
were
you go.
dancing, it was like glow stick time, back in the mid 90s probably. It's like, oh my god, get me out of here. And every one of those songs sounds exactly the same. It's just do do do. I mean, how can you get into
I
it,
don't like. I don't like that music.
Ugh. And then supposedly there's like two different types of it, like house and something else.
Shit, I'm pleased to acknowledge I have no knowledge of this subject at all.
Right. All right, let's see. Besides Biscuit, the other four of you, do you know what EDM is?
Nope.
No.
Immediately, no.
Aphid?
No, I mean if you say it, I might remember, but I
Biscuit?
don't know what you're talking about.
Is it electro dance music?
Bingo. Electronic dance music, yeah. So
What-
that
what-
shows you, like,
What
with
was that?
none of
What
us...
was that rage? What was
Now,
the
that
timeline?
is EDM is now, like, Avicii and all these guys. There's all kinds of these DJs who spin EDM now who make so much money traveling the world.
Never heard of them.
But yeah, it's crazy, isn't it?
And I don't feel like I'm missing anything.
You know what? As long as you keep people dancing, that's what counts.
Are these the guys that stand up in front of like 100,000 people and they touch the thing one time and everybody's like, yeah!
Right.
I know.
I mean,
What?
if you could do something so easy,
That's a good
Like-
job to get.
turn a switch and then everybody goes crazy.
Do you remember
Man,
that video I put on the Discord of the girls with the one guy and they're doing like the 80s style aerobics and they're all kind of scantily clad?
Vaguely.
Yeah, that's EDM. That guy's super
Oh
famous.
shit! I remember those girls, dude.
Tiesco is another one. Tiesto, maybe.
Last Dance. I think that was on. Was that MTV? Those girls were. Remember? The
Well,
one?
there certainly was an MTV with lots of various
they had
kinds
girls
of
on
videos.
there.
Lots of girls.
No, but anyway, there was a regular exercise session. This is probably like 1978, 1980.
Oh, that's PBS you're talking about.
No, this was not PBS.
ELO. That's the
'Cause
only.
there's that
electric
yoga, there's-
anything.
There was that
Right.
yoga chick that came on there like 5 o'clock in the morning every morning on PBS.
Yeah.
She always annoyed me
Getting
because
up
she had
early.
so much
Started
energy.
Getting up early, buddy.
And she could stretch that leg up way up there.
Last Dance. Would you just sit there and watch it, being annoyed, going, "This fucking bitch! I hate this. This is the worst thing ever." Like,
You know, I never turned it on myself, but when I would travel, it would I'd go down in the morning to get breakfast. It would always be on the TV in the lobby or in the in the breakfast area. It's like, be serious.
ICP.
She gets you going in the morning.
Come on, man. Come on, where's that libido?
I
It
got
was long
water.
before
On
my
the mouse.
lit tea became apparent.
Got water on the mouse. Hi, John Grammaticus. How are you,
John Grammaticus.
Johnny? Good to see you, man.
Didn't he used to hang out on the Discord? Or am I wrong there?
I don't remember.
I believe so.
I think
Well,
he's a fix-
who was the guy that left the Discord before Locutus came on?
No, that
what was
was
his name?
Paul somebody.
Greystone.
Paul Graystone.
Oh. Mm.
Paul Gray Whale.
Wasn't
He
the
was
guy
cool.
from the Florida guy?
Oh,
I
that was a
think he's-
different guy. He's gone on to better things, man.
Good.
Normalcy.
He has lost a shitload of weight.
Is he
Really?
still in
Good for him.
contact with you?
No, he posts videos every so often with him and his girlfriend. He looks really good
On
Good for
Facebook?
him.
on his YouTube channel.
Oh, I gotta find him there. Okay, cool. I hadn't heard from him over the holidays, so I kind of let him be. I think he's doing his thing there, so it's all good.
Yeah.
It's all Topple's fault.
I don't know.
He was such an assassin.
Topple ran off another one.
Topples, he's like Zelig, although I don't know if any of you guys ever saw Zelig. But
That was. That reminded me. That whole interaction reminded me of the old Live Week days. It was somewhat nostalgic, although there were casualties, but it was very interesting.
And just point of order, I was not a deadhead. Jerry died in my freshman year in
I was gonna
college,
say, he's
so
way too young. to be
I
a
love
deadhead.
the dead, and I wish I could have been a deadhead, but I saw
Fish?
fish, a
Fish,
couple
yeah.
times.
That's what I
it's funny-
figured.
It's funny because I when you guys were talking about the rave, I was thinking about the deadheads. I certainly saw those people.
Yeah, totally different class of stinky individuals there.
Right.
Did the ravers do tie dye?
No,
Oh, okay.
No.
You are 2 generations off there.
the Ravers
trying.
did. Ravers did
Not really. It depends.
a lot of ecstasy, some cocaine. A lot of people were dying at raves of like severe dehydration. It was kind of crazy. I shouldn't laugh, but that's no joke. People were doing drugs and dancing for so long and sweating and overheating and dying. Like it was
What year was that?
90s.
90s?
Yeah.
Yeah, early to mid 90s.
Early 90s. So
Yeah, like autopsies were showing just like exhaustion, dehydration, like no chemical acute overdoses or anything. It was just fucking
That's
crazy.
the worst way to die, I think, is to dance yourself to death.
Right.
I think I would prefer choking on my own vomit.
Yeah.
At least a lot of the rock
I don't
greats
agree. I
have
think
died that
dancing
way.
yourself to death is probably a better way to go.
Well, there's no good way. I mean, dead's dead.
There never is.
Unless you're a grateful dead. That's good dead.
The tragedy of it is that a couple liters of water and these people would have probably lived sporadically throughout the night, you know.
Yeah.
Just 10 minutes of rest, let your heart rate slow down, drink some water, but
You
Yeah.
know, if you think about it, based on that timeline you described, they didn't have bottled water back then.
Of course they had bottled water back then.
90s? Nobody
Yes.
was buying bottled water in the 90s, buddy.
they had it.
Oh, come on.
They had
Not
it.
like today. Come on, it wasn't. Why do we accept it?
Well, of course not like
There
today,
was
but it was
tons of bottled water in the
I'm going to
90s.
have to look for a graph just to please you, Last Dance, and I will do it too.
Oh, I landscaped in the 90s, and we would buy gallons of spring water
Yeah.
all the time. And I never made a Borg, and that's a new thing that I'm just hearing about. If you guys heard about this new thing, the Borgs?
No?
So at UMass last weekend, they had the Blarney Fest, UMass Amherst, which is the University of Massachusetts. So like there was like 30 ambulances, and like all these kids fucking had alcohol poisoning. And in the articles, like you read, it says, and it comes back to a TikTok trend called the Borg. You look it up. It's called Blackout Rage Gallon, BORG. It's a gallon of water. You dump out approximately half of the water. You add half a gallon of, which is a handle of vodka. So now you're at a 1-to-1 with water to vodka, which cuts the proof in half. So 80 proof down to 40 proof, which is still damn high. Then you add some like Gatorade powder. Just whatever a packet to make a gallon of Gatorade would be. You shake it up, and that's it. So it's water, Gatorade powder, and vodka, 1-to-1 mix, 20% alcohol, and apparently, when I used to make it in college, we called it cuckoo juice. You did the same thing, but it was with like fruit punch and vodka. But the kids nowadays, I guess they're trying to hold back on the carbs, so they're making the same thing, but it's a lot lower in sugar. It's just electrolytes, water, and vodka, and that's what did them in. Did you guys used to make that? You empty out a half a gallon of the cheap shit fruit punch that you buy at like
We used
dairy
to
farm?
Steve, I'm
buy it
thinking
ready
now.
made in a bottle called WKD Blue.
I'm thinking that alcohol is lighter than water, right? It's going to come to the top.
No, it mixes with. It's water soluble.
It is.
Otherwise, every time you made a drink, it would stay separated.
Okay.
Right.
So
It's like a black and tan.
but what happens if it stands?
I
If
suppose
they
over
mix-
a really long period of time,
Okay.
it might
separate.
separate, but
Okay.
nothing. It's pretty much water
Anyway.
soluble.
It was a feeble attempt to.
I
Well,
think
look at it
the
this
on-
way,
the on-
LeGrand. Vodka is 40% alcohol and 60% water. And when you go into a liquor store, it's not like two liquids sitting on top of each other
No,
in the
that's
bottle. Although you
The
wouldn't know it because they both would be clear, there's still no noticeable
The only
separation.
difference is that alcohol evaporates at a lower temperature than water does.
Correct.
And that's how you distill alcohol from water.
Bingo. That's something I've always wanted to try out or be a part of.
Well, I'm just remembering back in the day when we would steal our parents' liquor that we would add water. So.
To balance out the bottle. And then when they finally go to make a drink, it's pure water. We all did it. My first one was that powdered iced tea. I made like a glass of that and put some booze in it. I think it was Bacardi Clear. It was horrible tasting.
Sounds so good.
It was so bad, dude. Oh my god. I remember pouring it off my back deck in the city where I grew up, and I was like, I don't know how they drink this. I didn't know what I was doing, obviously.
Yeah. Thank God. You found Jesus, though.
Good memories, yeah. I was like 11.
How big were you at 11, Steve?
Don't remember, to tell you the truth.
Oh, okay.
Smaller than now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I was a fairly big kid. They said the girls I used to hang around with at that age said I looked like River Phoenix from Stand By Me.
Nice. Chicks dug that dude.
Well, when he was young, I had like the blonde hair whiffle, like blue eyes and shit. Like I wasn't.
No freckles, though.
What?
No freckles.
River Phoenix didn't have freckles.
I'm talking about you. No freckles.
And nor do I.
Yeah.
Did you have a mole on your ass cheek by any chance?
No, I'm talking about the components he described typically are accompanied by freckles.
Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, no freckles. I'm not. I missed the conversation here. Did he kiss it after you peed on it? I don't know what my wife is asking about here.
I think it's a continued conversation.
Well, you
from
got to go
above.
back and
That's
The
cup. She's talking a cup of pee. Who knows what kind of response he is entitled to.
I know.
T said he kissed it, the real thing, and Smoke Wife said, "I heard they'd pee on that snow."
I know that now, Martin. I was a lot different looking as a young child.
Martin's harsh.
Well, come on, Martin. Haven't you seen River Phoenix lately? He looks just like
Yeah, right. Guy's got the worms crawling through him now for like.
I'm aging just like River Phoenix is.
Now I'm gonna have to look up River Phoenix.
No, that was a big loss.
What's the second person to call Biscuit a snooker player?
Oh,
I think he's the
Oh,
third,
yeah.
actually.
Wow. Handsome kid.
I had something to say. What was? Oh yeah, River Phoenix's death. That was kind of tragic, huh?
Oh yeah.
Viper Room.
That's what it was. That was Johnny Depp's nightclub.
Yeah, it was Johnny Depp's joint.
Holy shit! I had forgotten about that.
That was back in the good old days.
You know, Johnny Depp grew up in Hollywood, Florida, which is like 20 miles south of me. It's a weird time. We actually call it Holly Weird. The town is so strange. It's like they have alleys in the back of their houses. It's a strange place.
I have alley in the back of my house in Chicago. That's how
I was gonna say,
Chicago
that
is.
sounds like
I'm saying
That
typical
sounds.
Florida doesn't have that.
Oh, okay.
Down there they do. I mean, it's nice, but it's sort of weird.
I've never. I think I have heard of it.
I know. I'm just thinking of the early days, like when you're 20 years old and you go to the bars in different parts of town, you know.
Mhm.
It was like you could feel a different flavor even 20 miles away. It's weird.
Yeah.
I can only imagine what it was like in your area, man.
You don't have. When you said Chicago last dance, you meant when you lived there years ago, I assume.
When I grew up, yes,
When you grew up.
as a child.
Did you grow up
Yeah,
in
you
a
don't have-
tenement
Wait,
No.
you mean you were a child when you were growing up? Come on.
house?
I lived in a. It was basically like a condo.
Condo.
It was called a cooperative, but it was
Co-op.
basically a condo.
Like a side by side, a house, a townhouse, that sort of thing.
Yeah, it was a building with 4 separate living quarters.
Could you hear the other people?
They were all old. They heard me. That was the problem.
Perfect.
Oh,
They hated my parents because my parents brought young kids into this, building full of old people.
Yeah, like, is this a place that they like show what Chicago looks like now, and it's like all like people like crackheads and people passed out on the corner,
No, it's
which
still-
has happened a lot in Philly and Chicago and everywhere, St. Louis, but this is it's survived, I guess.
Yeah, I mean this was the far north side of Chicago. It was always a fairly stable, crime-free neighborhood. It's not quite as good as it was, but it's still a very stable, desirable place to live if you're going to live in the city of Chicago.
Is
Yeah, I've
South
been to where
Side
you-
still bad?
Huh?
oh my
Is-
God, it's horrible, dude.
South Side is still horrendous. Yeah.
I mean, it's a city of neighborhoods. Some neighborhoods are in the south side are terrible. Not all of them.
Anything for me, I mean, I could be wrong, but to me, it seems like anything south of all the museums and stuff it just like gets bad quick.
I mean that used to be our yardstick too. Living in Chicago, you don't want to go south side. Everything's it's basically a shooting gallery there.
Last dance. Where is Evergreen Park? Is there a neighborhood?
Probably, I don't know where it is. It's not one that I ever came across.
I met one hot chick from there, man. She was like beautiful. You have no
You
idea.
sure she wasn't a prostitute?
Oh yeah. No, she was a special girl.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
nothing happened, but
I'm sure not.
Evergreen Park. Because I met quite a few people from Chicago, and actually they were absolutely upstanding as far as I was concerned.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think Chicago
gets-
exception, of course.
I think Chicago gets a bad rap. I mean, every time I go up there, I'm like, man, this is so much nicer than St. Louis.
Huh.
And then you hear like, conservatives or something say how it's a shithole or you don't want to go there. But it seems totally
I mean,
nice to me. Every time I've went to Chicago, it's like the like a mini New York as far as
Yeah,
I'm
like-
concerned.
It is a
like
mini.
houses that actually have yards and things like that.
Yeah.
Like
My house had a yard.
down here. I'm sorry.
The house I grew up in had a yard that I played in. Now they've paved it over for parking.
They put up a parking lot, like
Yep.
Joni
Well,
said.
Like Joan said.
Oh, Christ.
Uh,
Yeah, to
Don't
me,
know what you got
you
till
should
it's
have put
gone.
that song when you said that.
Paved
dude.
paradise.
Put up a
Put up a parking lot.
It's a
Yeah, one
rare
of the worst-
reference.
one of the worst covers in the world is Counting Crows' version of that, in my opinion.
Ah.
Then again, I
like
hate
that
Counting.
version.
Counting Crows sucks, dude.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Counting Crows at all.
Do you prefer the
Yeah.
Vanessa Carlson cover?
And that dude,
Yeah.
speaking of looking dirty, that dude just looks like he stinks.
I know, but he bathes in $100 bills and is worth $100 million or some craziness, Mr. Jones made him some bank. Bro.
Oh my god, that song! If I never hear it again, it'd be too soon.
I know it
That's
starts. in
the only
A
one that's
minor.
worse. I mean, you could go with Creed or something like that, but I'll tell you what's even worse than all that, in my opinion, and that's what that that black dude, and he's like a country music
Whoa.
singer now.
Oh, Hootie.
Hootie, yeah, whatever that Hootie and the Blowfish song was. Oh my God, that was just
Not Darius
torture.
Rucker,
I
is
heard
it?
Oh
that.
man, I love Hootie.
Yeah, Darius Rucker.
Are you talking
What
about
was
where,
that?
the one where he sings, "And the dolphins make me cry"?
I don't know, because I always turned it whenever it come on.
Really? Man, I actually,
I only
jam
wanna be
Darius
with
Rucker all the
you.
time.
that was the 90s.
I only want to be
Yeah, it
with
was the
you.
90s. That's what I'm saying. I'll tell you another horrible one too. It's those two long-haired dudes that are sitting like facing each other playing the guitar.
Nelson?
Yeah, dude.
Dude, you're gonna
Don't
shit over my
ever
music taste.
let me go.
Yeah.
Oh my
No,
God.
you're
Darius
singing.
Rucker,
No, that's more
Nelson,
than
geez.
that's more than words by Extreme.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm
Yeah.
talking about.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about then.
God, I wish
Nelson,
you guys-
I think they looked exactly
Me
the
too,
same.
Greg.
but
Me
it
too.
was-
I wish
Nelson
you guys
were
could give us some
twins.
visual examples so that we could
Okay, well, this was
relate
the
to
ones
it.
they weren't twins because the one dude had a funny looking face.
Yeah, that was Extreme, which is the guitarist
Oh.
Nuno Betancourt and the lead singer Gary Sharon. Gary
Oh,
Sharon
you
went
know
on to,
all about him.
Gary Sharon went on to replace Sammy Hagar briefly in Van Halen, and it was
Oh my God,
horrible.
serious?
Gary Sharon singing in Van Halen sucked,
Ah.
dude. And now, like,
Did they still sing the classics with him? So, like, is
No,
he
no.
singing like Too
Yeah.
Hot for Teacher?
Yeah, Hot for
Oh
Teacher.
my God, dude!
It was so
And
bad.
people paid to go see that.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh.
Sammy Hagar pulled it off. I wasn't a huge fan, but some of the music.
I'm not a fan of Sammy Hagar either.
No, but some of the songs Sammy and Van Halen came up with
I get you,
are
I get you.
classics.
Right.
You know, Love Comes Walking In. There was a couple of The Dreams, I think, was another. But yeah, this new guy was just horrible.
Oh my God, that
horrendous
dude
extreme.
sucks.
Yeah, totally. That's funny.
Yeah, that song, man. I remember when MTV was on, and that song would come on. You see those two clowns sitting there in the dark with their tapping. Yeah, they'd tap on the guitar. Yeah. Dude, I'm about ready to turn this off.
No, I love it.
More than
I like it too.
words.
Oh my God.
Wait a second. When your love for me is real, what would you say? Yeah, dude. I used to play that song. It's funny.
They got that one. They got that one part where they try to break it down. You know, they're like, more than I know, or something.
Maybe that was early rap.
God.
Early rap. Oh Lord.
Maybe
McGrath,
it
that
all
was
evolved
funny.
from that, man.
Early
Black
rap would have
Some
been.
black guy heard that one day and said, "Yeah."
No,
Sugar
early
Hill
rap.
Gang. That's
Yeah.
It
early
all
rap
sounded
right
the
there.
Same with rap, man. All
Dun,
sounds
dun,
the
dun,
same.
Oh no, rap doesn't all sound the same.
Oh,
That's-
come on.
It's like a jumble
No.
sometimes. It makes me wonder what keeps me from going under. That's
You sit
early
in your
rap.
car, and the guy's 5 cars away from you with his windows up, and you can hear that shit vibrate in your friggin' car, man.
I mean, I the beat and stuff, but you know, I can see how you might think that's kind of similar. But
Grandmaster Flash, broken
Going throughout
glass
time.
everywhere. Yeah, exactly.
going throughout time, there's so many variations of rap. I don't think they're all the
Well,
same. Like
well,
that rave
it's
shit
this.
still sounds the same today.
Right.
It hasn't changed.
EDM, rave, techno,
Ugh.
whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
Right.
TGI Fridays shit.
TGI Fridays. Biscuit, what was that in the tall glass you had earlier? I gotta know.
It's just blackcurrant cordial.
Blackcurrant with water on the
Yeah.
rocks?
Yep.
Blackcurrant brandy or liquor.
No, just plain cordial juice.
Oh,
No booze. Okay.
I already had
What's-
my allotment of booze over the last 2 weeks.
I got you.
yeah.
I went
too.
to
What's
Leeds
cordial?
on Saturday last week.
What kind of juice is that, Biscuit? Because
Nelly,
you,
no.
you've
It's,
spoken nothing but
it,
foreign language to this point.
it comes in a bottle and you dilute it with water, but you guys get the crystal stuff and you mix it
Oh,
with
like
water.
Crystal Light. Yeah.
it's like that, but it comes in a liquid, in a strong liquid form, and you dilute it with water.
Concentrate, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Here a cordial here has booze in it. I think like a cordial would be. I don't know. It's like Bailey's Irish Cream. A cordial. I feel like a cordial has booze. No. Last dance.
I'm gonna
Anybody?
step away for a second.
That's my always understood that to have booze.
Here a cordial is a fruit flavored concentrate drink.
I came up with a new drink last night. It's absolutely fabulous. It's got tequila, simple syrup, which is just water mixed with a little bit of diluted sugar, and squeeze of tangelo, lime, and lemon, and then shaken on the rocks. So it's essentially a margarita, but it's with only fresh squeezed citrus juice. And a tangelo is a cross between a tangerine and a grapefruit, I believe. Absolutely awesome drink.
I just looked it up on Wiktionary. Both definitions completely different, but they're there.
Tangelo?
I'm sorry, I'm stuck on cordial.
Well, tangelo next.
We actually pronounce it. We do pronounce it cordial, not cordial.
Okay,
Right.
Yeah, what's it called when you like hold the door for a woman?
that's a
Cordial?
That's cordial.
That's an adjective. That's also cordial. Hearty, sincere, warm, affectionate. As a
If you're
noun,
going out and she's going in, is it acceptable to look her way as she walks inside, or do eyes stay forward in the UK?
I don't know. I would just look.
If she's fine, you're looking, right?
Yeah, damn right.
Right.
I just make sure I don't get caught.
that's
I mean,
why you wear sunglasses indoors.
Well, your sunglasses aren't going to stop them going like that, are they?
right. What do you look back at her butt and say, "I've got sunglasses on. I'm good." No.
She's going to hear the whiplash.
Right. Oh, that's funny, man. Courteous. That's what he says.
Courteous.
Cup says chivalry. Martin says.
Chivalry's dead.
Grandmaster Flash.
Chivalry, I mean, what is it?
That's if you take your jacket off and put it on a puddle.
I
so
never
she
got
doesn't get
that
her feet
one. Especially
You're going to ruin a
nowadays.
perfectly
Women,
good jacket just so a woman's shoes don't get wet.
dude, nowadays, whenever even one raindrop falls, every woman puts on her $150 Hunter rain boots, and they're all like, "Oh, it's raining!" And they're all like, "Give me a fucking break." There's no.
That'd be the
jackets
worst,
on.
wouldn't it? You put your jacket on a puddle and they've got wellies on and they just step all over your jacket.
Exactly.
I don't know when the last time anybody put their jacket in a puddle for a woman. I'm not
That's
sure.
why they say chivalry is dead. That's why they say that.
I have many a times took my jacket off and put it around a woman to keep them warm, but, you know, I won't put it on in a puddle.
I believe that is Smokesteve's.
Yeah, because he unplugged his headphones.
Yeah, that's right.
It's kind of cool.
I'm back. Yeah, you gotta take care of the ladies. Although Smokesteve's wife is very good at dressing her and our kids, so they're never cold. And they're never in need of my jacket. I'm usually the idiot who's like, "Nah, I just need this thin sweatshirt. I'll be fine. Let's go walk on the beach in February in New England. It'll be totally great." And I'm out there like, "All right, let's fucking go home." And they're all like, "Woo, this is great," you know? So, chivalry could just be stupid in my case because I never have enough clothes on, you know?
Oh, I had to kick that girl to the curb because she started spouting about fucking marriage. How weird is that?
Whoa. I thought you didn't want to talk about it, but you started, so it's on,
know,
baby.
I had to. She was like, So she was like, maybe in 5-10 years we'll get married. I'm like, no.
In
2
5-10
days later-
minutes, you're out of here.
Is this the same?
two days later, after I told her no, she didn't want to have the
Intercourse?
not well. Yes, that. I was trying to say that the agreement was no longer on.
Right. Dude, this is literally a Seinfeld episode. He tries this. We all could learn from him.
I got
Je-
2 weeks of an agreement, so it was all good for me. I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not there, you're not there. Just maybe someday, but planning
I've been with her twice before, and like in a proper relationship, but she dumped me both times because she can't stay committed to a relationship. So I didn't want to go back there.
It's a wise choice.
Right.
I was perfectly fine with just that,
Right.
but she obviously wasn't.
Right.
Now she's serious.
Yeah, but no, she can fake.
Cast off those manipulative girls. Sorry, Ann.
Interesting. Yep.
Anna,
Can't-
you're 2 hours.
Yes.
You're 2 hours difference from Great Britain in time.
Yes.
It's only an hour, isn't it? Germany to England.
Well, she's in
Wait.
Munich. She's in Munich.
It's 2:22 at the moment here.
Yeah, you're right. So it's 1 hour. Yes.
Yeah.
So 322.
3:22.
Yes. It's pretty late. Yeah.
Wow.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Hey, can you show yourself down there briefly on camera, buddy? I see you. And I see the name.
Just let him on. What's the worst that can happen?
Now you're checking to see if they wear pants.
Are we streaming on Twitch?
I want you to turn.
No,
around.
I'm not gonna do that anymore.
Okay.
I don't.
Because
I
You
don't
don't
wanna
want to jeopardize your.
Goon. I don't
Couldn't
want to
you-
jeopardize Goon. I love that.
Couldn't you
stream.
make a separate Smokesteve's pub Twitch account and just stream this, and then you could still have your Smokesteve account to watch them?
It would be complicated. Twitch, I don't know. They get a hold of you because when I was banned for a week, I was signed out of everything, and I couldn't seem to do anything on either device I clicked on to get back into Twitch. It was like immediately telling me I couldn't.
Wow.
Well, yeah, but that was your same account you're trying to log into, right?
How?
I would have had to have closed it completely. I couldn't use the Twitch app because they know it's me if I'm using the app.
Well, that's
on my
true.
phone.
So you just use the Smokesteve's pub account for just streaming this.
Go
You know
to
what I'm
Twitch
saying?
on the browser like twitch.com.
Right. Because I have several YouTube accounts because I got like
No
personal
kidding.
stuff, and then I got Aphid Lip.
Oh, of course, right.
I got several too.
Do you? I don't follow any of yours. Do you do anything on there, Last Dance?
No, not
Okay.
except rant and rave.
Every Tuesday he does karaoke. You guys
You
would
actually
love it.
post videos on YouTube, Last Dance?
No, never.
Oh, I thought you said rant and rave. I was
I
going to
think that
say.
karaoke is live.
It's under somebody else's video.
Oh, in comments.
Yes,
Comment.
I see.
Yeah.
Oh,
you
trolls.
thought
I thought
just
you might
troll
just
account.
go on and comment on shit, ranting and raving.
You
for
thought I
half an
videoed
hour.
myself ranting and raving.
That would be funny shit, bro.
Man, that'll attract a big following.
That would
Dude,
be
you
good.
never know.
You're right.
never
You never
know.
know.
I bet
With that guy-
that representative from Georgia would make contact with you. The female girl. What's her name?
Marjorie Taylor
The
Greene.
blonde-haired one.
MTG.
Oh,
Yeah.
gee.
Yeah, you know me.
The chick that definitely works on her biceps.
I'm gonna start calling her the Lion King because
There
of
you
her
go.
big hair and like her
Yeah.
her face.
It's funny, Steve, you say that because it's like I have a habit of like giving people nicknames. I don't know their real names, but you know, you live in a condo, so you see these people. I got Samuel Clements walking around. I got LZ. All
Yeah. We've all had
You were-
nicknames. I remember you had a few.
I hear you. I mean, you get that in the neighborhood here with some of the strange people you see walking around in the streets and shit, or at the beach. At the
Yeah.
beach people, we give names to.
Yeah.
To see people that walk around, it looks like a wolf. I'm like, are they walking around a fucking gray wolf at the beach on a leash? What is this thing? So they're the wolf people in my head. I don't even know what they look like because I'm always looking at their wolf dog. I'm like,
Wow.
keep it away from me. I feel like it's going to take my foot off.
Does he swim?
He just looks at everybody really intensely as he's walking by. Like, it's a dire wolf, I think.
He's thinking,
Yeah.
if I only had 2 more of me,
Is
I
he
could take you
intimidating?
down.
Exactly.
Is,
What's
is
that?
Is he leery as an animal, a dog? Is he
It
leery?
looks. It's an unusual dog. He's leery of people, but not sketchy at all. But there's a leash law here in this town, and it's a whole controversy because people take their dogs off of leash at the beach, especially, and it's a thing. Like nobody likes it.
Yeah.
I don't like it. I'm not anti-dog. I just think keep them on a leash.
Yeah. Especially a big dog, you have to have control because there could be little kids running around.
I take my dog off leash now. He's so old. He doesn't want to get away from me.
Yeah.
And, and the other thing is you don't have to take them off leash. You can just let it go. That way, at least you got a chance to grab them with the leash they're dragging. You know,
Right.
that's a dog training technique. You put them on a lead, and you can jump on that lead anytime they're out of control. You know.
If your dog's well trained enough and you've trained it to recall without any hesitation, then you can let it off lead.
Hey, Greg Topple, there's somebody in the green room underneath with the name Tops with Donald Trump as the avatar. Is that you, Topple? Please answer me so I know. If you answer me in the chat, that would clarify that. Thank you. I'm not anti-dog. I love dogs. 50% of my Instagram feed is funny, cute dog videos. And I just don't want to be a dog owner myself.
Or pay more than $10 for them to get repairs.
It says 100% sounds like me. Is he trolling?
I don't think it's him then. He would... Sounds like me. It's not him. See? No, it's not him because the person X'd it out, so they... Or maybe... I don't know. You know, it could have been any of these guys just trolling me.
So good night. I
Intruders.
have to leave now. It's very late.
Oh,
Okay. Good night.
she was so talkative tonight.
Quiet. Late start. What do you think? Is Trump going to get charged?
What's he getting charged with now?
Well, he might get indicted.
You're muted, last
You're
chance.
muted.
For the payments to Stormy Daniels?
Is that what he's up for now?
Yeah, it doesn't. I've seen the claims there. It looks pretty weak for a charge, but we'll see.
That's what I
What's
said
it-
to the wife earlier. If they're going to get his ass on something, this shit better be rock solid because people are going to flip out if it's some sketchy, flip-floppy charge that doesn't really hold any weight. So, I don't know. Sorry, Aphid, what were you saying?
Oh, I was gonna say, what did that goon that's all over like liberal media these days, what'd he go to jail for?
Which goon? Manafort?
No,
Stormy Daniels' lawyer?
no, the Trump's goon guy that's like went turncoat on him and like he
Michael
can't get
Cohen?
off.
Oh, Michael Cohen.
Yeah, that dude. What'd he go to jail for?
I don't know what he went to jail for.
I think it was a.
Because I thought it had something to do with the Stormy Daniels payments.
It was. He got because I think it was a conspiracy issue that he facilitated the payoff, which apparently was illegal. Which it's weird one for me, but
Like he gave the money to
no,
pay her off
he's
or
the
something?
one. Yeah, he's the one that gave her the $120,000 or whatever it was.
But Trump
Chuck-
gave him that money to give to him, so why? So is that what they're trying to get Trump for now, or something? They couldn't charge him while he was president, or something, and now they're gonna do it. I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm just wondering.
And maybe
I mean, that guy went to
perjury.
jail, so
Most of those guys, they get them on perjury. You know.
He went to jail for violating campaign finance laws. He claimed he did them.
Oh, the money. That's where the money came from, to pay Stormy. The money came from the campaign fund.
He claimed he did it
For
for
that clarity.
at the behest of Trump.
well, yeah. I mean, he was paying off Trump's whore.
Yep, this one's him.
What's up? How's you all
What's up, buddy?
doing?
Good. How are you, man?
Great,
Great.
Good.
Good audio tonight, Top. I mean,
Is it good audio?
You look-
I just got the
you
mic
looking
very
sharp.
close.
Looks like you might put a little bit of beard cream in tonight to get it all nice.
I do it every night when I take a shower.
Nice job, dude. You really brought it tonight.
I bring oil. I do it all. Come on, I gotta look beautiful. Come on. Where's Anna? I was getting all dressed up for her, actually.
Black hoodie, red hat.
Well, it was 3:22
I'm at home.
in the
Fuck
morning.
it.
3:22 in the morning. That's what happens, buddy.
So,
I
so
give her
are we,
credit.
are we talking about Trump for 2024 now?
That's what we were just
I
getting
knew
into.
you guys would come around.
Yeah,
Is he
that's
going to
it.
suck the life in the winning hope out of the Republican Party, or is he going to push them through to victory?
Trump's done.
So you think he might derail the whole thing if he does this?
I don't think he's going to totally derail it. He's going to. Yeah,
Yeah, he's gonna derail it for sure.
that's Biden.
I
Biden
can't say-
derails trains.
I
so
can't
that's
say that-
Biden
right.
won. Biden won. Trump didn't. So
Well,
Who
Trump won
says
once.
that?
That's
Trump
a
won
lie,
once.
Steve. That's a
I
lie.
seen January 6th. I know it was all just a big illusion.
yeah, two guys who see eye to eye on that are sitting next to each other.
But no, I don't. No, Trump, I don't think he'll make it past the primary. Or where the hell, what's the one right before,
The primaries.
yeah, primaries with,
No, man. I think he's got enough of the Republican support to.
no, he
to
doesn't.
stay-
He lost so much for support.
He did, but let's say he's got 30%. The other ones,
You know what the beautiful thing of this is?
might take it away from each other.
It's
There's
the
going to be a lot of
legacy.
people in this race.
No, it's the anal pucker syndrome of Donald Trump. You can't say anything against him, otherwise he'll kill you and crucify you. And that's going to still stick with the party, even though he's losing favor. Because
Well,
these people
Paul-
are terrified. I mean, you get Speaker of the House, you get everybody in Congress, you got all these people lying, everybody, because they don't want to cross Donald Trump. There's a legacy
Is that still true, though? Does that hold true?
no, but there's a legacy of that. They still remember when they, couldn't sleep and were waking up in cold sweats and terrified. Because those are the same people that are still around. So that's the beautiful thing.
Well, I know what the Republican Party's bringing. Who is the Democrat Party bringing? Because it's definitely not going to be Biden.
Oh yeah, it's going to be him.
What?
Yeah, it's going to be him.
Biden?
Yeah.
Then you're handing a win over to the Republican Party.
Unless it's Trump.
Why?
No, it's not going to be Trump, though.
Wait.
I mean, who knows?
Do you think
They both
Trump
were the two best
Would-
choices supposedly last time.
Yeah.
Which
do
was
you
a
think
total
Trump
bullshit.
Will debate
I mean,
Biden?
you can't count it out.
Will
There's no
Trump
way you could
debate
count it out.
Biden? I don't
Yeah.
even think Biden can debate anything right now.
Wait, but everybody said that the last time. And look what
No. We're talking about now, though.
Yeah,
I
he's
can't
definitely.
believe-
If you
He's
see
committed.
videos,
No doubt
if you
about
see
it.
videos of the debates and stuff, he's definitely declined his mental capacity
No doubt about it.
dramatically in 2 years.
I can't believe
Think
he's
of
even
what
planning
6
on
years
running.
would be. I don't think he is.
This would be the first time I vote for independent, if that would hold true. But
I'd
I
vote
know
for
that-
independent if there was hope.
You'd vote for
it.
Trump? Is that what you're saying, Tops?
No, I don't think he would go independent if he loses the primary.
So when you say you'd vote independent, you'd vote against him? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. I'm not. I don't want Trump. No, I don't want Trump. I don't want Biden. I need something.
Man,
new.
he lost the election to he lost the presidency and didn't want to give that up. So if he loses the election, I mean, for him to just roll over and not keep running as an
No,
independent,
He's gonna
I
fake
bet he would.
sickness or
You
something.
mean if he loses the nomination, the
Right. I think he
Primary.
would go independent.
primary? Yeah.
I hope he does.
Me too.
He doesn't care about he don't care about the Republican Party.
No.
He doesn't care about anybody else winning, even if it's for the better. He
Well,
just cares
if-
about himself.
If he got into office and he immediately said, "We're gonna continue fracking and pursue energy independence in hopes of bringing down the cost of heating, gasoline, and electricity in this country, and we're going to pursue potentially nuclear power," would you guys be unhappy, or would you think that we're fucked?
First of all,
I'd be happy, but I'm certainly not going to vote for him ever again.
Yeah, that's
But those
every
are things that he.
Republican-
you got it
Those are
all
things
wrong.
that he stands on. He was going for energy independence and damn near achieved it in 4 years.
We achieved that with Obama. Okay, that was the craze and the rage.
What?
Fracking, and that still continues. It continues today. So
That's
we
right.
are basically
Fuck yeah.
energy independent. We are
Oh, yeah.
exporters. Okay.
Top had to turn his cam off. He didn't want us to see.
You think he'll put on the boxing gloves and hit the bag while he's?
I the tiger. I like it. Good man.
It's
We're the only
it's a
the only
myth.
stream on YouTube that has a guitarist who can add music according to what's happening on the stream.
It's a myth. Hey,
What-
how about the
getting some pump on.
breaking news that came out this morning, where Saudi Arabia and Iran have brokered a deal with China as the go-between. Saudi
Yep.
Arabia and Iran are no longer going to be at each other's throats.
Well, that's a good thing. It's too
That-
bad that China has to be the diplomat and the United States doesn't do any diplomacy anymore.
Well, that's because we're no longer globalists. We're contracting, man. We're leaving the world stage. The world stage that you were against for so many years, as far as creating wars and that was singing the praises of Donald Trump. He kept us out of wars. And
There's nothing at
Like I said,
all
in
that
Ukraine,
keeps us from being in
everything else, but
diplomacy.
that's what's happening. We're contracting. We're no longer going to be on the world stage, and the world.
No, that's not what's happening. That's nonsense. That's total nonsense.
It's not nonsense at all.
It is nonsense. So this is the reason we're not involved in the diplomacy is not because we're no longer on the world stage. We're out hugely. We're the biggest nation on the world stage. There's nobody even close.
So what is the reason that we're no longer on the world stage?
Because we no longer command we're people don't see us as interested in diplomacy, and we're not. The Biden administration is not interested in
Donald Trump was
diplomacy.
interested in diplomacy.
What's that?
Donald Trump was interested in diplomacy. I'm just saying it's a convenient argument for a person.
Donald
who's
Trump,
in
he's
power
not the
today.
president.
Dude, how can you say we are not? You haven't cited one example. You're just giving a blanket statement there.
Well, let's pick the Ukraine war.
Well,
All we're
well,
doing is
actually-
arming one side without limits.
I'm glad you brought that up because this is a Winston Churchill moment. Okay. For the first time, we got somebody standing up, and
Standing
then,
up, huh?
yeah, we're standing up.
What are we doing? How are we standing up?
We're supporting our NATO allies.
Which NATO ally?
Oh, all of them.
Oh, we're supporting all the
All the
NATO
true
allies by
Dude,
giving all our
we're
money
gonna
to
have more
Ukraine.
NATO allies because of this.
Oh yeah?
Uh,
We don't need more NATO allies. Why do we need more NATO allies?
In Last Dance, we give a
Because
lot
of
of
the-
money to a lot of people.
Of
Not
course.
Ukraine we give a good bit of money to, but
They're the number one foreign recipient of foreign aid by far.
Israel and Egypt. Come on, check
What?
it out. Do the numbers.
well,
Israel is way in the background.
who
Ukraine.
should be, if not Ukraine, who should be last dance? Nobody.
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 I mean, who needs our
That's why
our
Biden
money?
stepped away from the stage. Now you're endorsing his policies.
How much? I mean, how much money do you think China gives to Iran and/or Saudi Arabia?
Dude, they do it smart. They get contracts. They build roads and do everything else, and then they get to toll us.
Well, if they're smart, why can't we be smart?
Well, because we're way out of line. Because corporate America won't allow us to be smart. We need profits immediately.
Oh, it's corporate America won't. They don't want the business in China. Is that what you're saying?
Nobody can have business in China.
No.
No,
Well,
Okay.
because
we
you
were
have to have a
good.
Chinese partner. Anybody who has any sense right now knows you can't do business in China. But we're not talking about China. We're talking about China's influence on the rest of the world and the lack of America's influence on the rest of the world, according to,
Explain to me how China has a bigger influence on the world and is thereby able to have diplomatic achievements that we aren't.
Okay, it's actually they don't have it yet, but they are making progress because their timeline is much longer than ours. They're building a series of ports throughout the Indian Ocean, all the way around Africa. They're building roads in Africa. They're going into Central America.
Yeah. Maybe it's a lot simpler than that. Maybe it's a lot simpler than that. Maybe they're just there at the table when we aren't.
Well, we aren't. That's true. You know why? Because they don't care about individual countries' politics as far as human rights and a variety of other subjects.
We don't care about countries' politics either, as long as they're on our side. We support Saudi Arabia, a terrible human rights abuser, but we won't get near Iran, also a terrible human rights abuser.
Well, Saudi Arabia has a lot more to offer in oil and gas.
Well, Iran's got a lot of oil.
Depends. Only if you're Jared Kushner, and then you're going to get money out of miscalculations for the good prince on that one.
Saudi Arabia's fucked when we start using hydrogen instead of oil.
Not only that, they have existed solely on the protection of the United States. And
Our role in the Saudi-Iran conflict is to arm Saudi Arabia. That's our only role. There's no diplomatic role at all. No attempt.
That's right.
There's no effort. There's no phone number you can call me when you're ready to have peace. None of that.
No, that's true.
And also,
that's a direct result of the U.S. invasion of Iraq, which allowed the predominant Shiite population to take control of the country away from a wacko Sunni who was under the control of Saudi Arabia anyway. And that the geopolitics in that region is just too confusing for America.
Could you zoom in on him?
Yeah, is he on a bender? He looks rough.
All right, Martin.
What? Oh, jeez, Martin.
he looks good, man.
Man, oh man, did you fall on a lawnmower?
You look beautiful,
Jesus, I
Martin.
put him on solo layout. Everyone turns into Rodney fucking Dangerfield over here.
He's beautiful.
Jesus, who did your haircut? John Deere? Christ.
That's
better.
How long did it take you to grow your hair that long?
Wow. I love you, Martin.
How long did it take you to grow your hair that long?
doing? All right.
Good, Martin.
I just wanted to join in because it was just interesting. It was just
No
fun.
problem. It sounds good. 1.21 gigawatts?
Yeah. That just.
Good stuff. It seems to me like China is probably thinking, well, let's get any country that has any resources that's looking to team up. So they're going for the guys that, Iran, Saudi Arabia, they have issues. It seems like a perfect pairing. It's logical,
Africa. Our hands in Africa.
I mean, we used to be.
Africa doesn't have much.
Oh no, they do.
They need,
They got
I
the
they're
minerals.
growing.
They need the
The
uranium
Congo in particular.
Well, they have raw materials.
for the flux capacitor. They need the uranium.
There you go, buddy.
Yeah.
Nice.
You sound just like him too.
You do.
It's
Put
uncanny.
a time machine and a DeLorean. Oh, I love it. Good stuff.
It's entrapment. I didn't sell them cocaine.
There you go. Well done. Well done. Libyans? Were they Libyans?
Yeah,
Or
I know what
Iranians?
they are. Can't say that anymore.
Libyans. They were Libyans.
Can't say that anymore, mate.
Mm-hmm.
Libyans? You can't say that?
I believe they were Libyans. Yes.
Is
What a
the term
tragedy
camel
about the
jockey
mafia.
frowned upon?
I don't know. Does it have to do with camel toes? I'm not sure.
It's a terrible insult and slur
It is.
that is indeed frowned upon.
It's frowned upon.
All right. long as we
That's
clear that
going
up.
in the notebook. No, you know
I like how
what?
Unless
you had to question.
there's one case where it's okay.
I knew
And that-
it was bad. I was trying to downplay it.
It's okay if there is an actual camel race, and the people
That's
on
what
the
I was
camels
talking about. What'd you
are in
think of?
fact camel jockeys. But I don't think you were using it in that way.
I heard of another slur the other day called a hard R.
Ooh, this sounds rough.
Hard R.
A
Does
hard
it begin with
R.
a
I think they call that
It,
Peroni's
it
disease.
does
I
begin
believe.
with an N, yes. I think it's when you say the N word with an R at the end instead of an A.
Yeah, right.
It makes it even worse.
Yeah, well,
What?
that's always a slur.
I'm never gonna find this note I wrote about you, Aphid, but I remember what it says.
It's good that you wrote the note, though.
Oh,
If I can just jump in, Biscuit, you're
Yeah.
looking sound, mate.
Thank you very
Looking
much,
really
Mike.
well. Right, fair play. Right.
You got to work out to look like that.
Yep, you got
I
to work out
wasn't
these
talking
guns.
to you, was I? Knobhead?
I mean, I'm living the life of Mr. Rogers. Biscuit Vapes is living the life of Hugh Hefner. Other than that, we're about the same.
I tell you what, you come on here, you try and be genuine. You know what I mean? And like everyone takes the piss.
Hey, why is
No,
Martin getting shit on so bad today?
Nah, he's not getting shit on. We love him.
Oh,
well, he
We all
loves
love him.
back doors. He's been shit on once or twice.
Loud backdoor grinding. Got it. Silver Fox has entered the chat. I forget about the when I tap my grinder on the ball, not the app grinder, which I don't have on my phone, but my actual cannabis grinder, it's loud into the microphone, so sorry about that.
Doth protest too much, Steve.
I think it's the sound of Smokesteve. It wouldn't be the same without it.
Clack, clack, clack every like 10 minutes.
So are you a Bic lighter fan?
You got it, buddy.
There you go. You're a Bic man. I knew it. I could tell. what
Red
it
Sox, buddy. Green Monster in the background.
Sacks.
Yeah, but I can only last like about a week with these before I start fucking with the plastic. And
I know. I
the
was going to say it always comes off.
This was my Patriots lighter for last season.
Yeah,
so,
most
you
of them
know,
are
it's
white underneath.
inevitable.
They save on the pigment with that stuff.
Ooh.
You don't like a classy, reusable, refillable lighter?
My buddy gave me one, and he gave me some propane. It was this backwoods, the cigar thingies, the little mini cigars. They make lighters too. So like, I tried to fill it with propane, and then the gas started coming out of the lighter, and all like the corners were failing. My hands were getting cold because they were getting covered in butane or whatever. So that's the type of thing you throw far away from the house and leave it for a couple of hours.
The striker on those clippers, if you pull them out, they make a great like prod, so you can get your roach in the end of a joint.
Are you talking about the flint?
The flint, yeah, you pull the flint stick out, and you can
Wow, how
prod the
skinny
bottom
are
of
your
the joint,
joints,
so you
dude?
can get your roach in after you've rolled it.
How
What do you
skinny
mean
are
get your
joints?
roach in? I don't follow you, man.
when you roll it without a roach, and then you can prod a little bit of tobacco, so you've got a bit of space for your roach, and then you can put your.
Well, we don't
into
do
the-
tobacco, man. We don't do tobacco.
No, I'm talking about a joint.
Right,
I
but
know.
you're saying when you don't, are you calling a roach like the little paper thing I
Yeah,
fold?
yeah.
It's
The
like
rolled
a
up
little bit of
cardboard, yeah.
cardboard.
Okay,
Roll.
see, a roach here in this country is the actual,
End of a joint.
the end of
No,
a joint.
no. We call the roach the bit of cardboard you roll up and put in as a filter.
You're talking about the excess paper on the.
You put
On the roll.
filters.
No, he's talking the filters, the things I make. I show you guys
So you
every
can,
week.
so you can
Oh, I
make
know.
room for the
I've done
filter.
that. I used to do that. With
A screen?
You do-
No, it's a
No.
tip topple. So
yeah,
I'm taking,
you
I'm
take
taking
a
this
match
little.
pack. In the old days, you used to be able to make a match pack.
I love these Saturday nights.
This,
There you go. Wow,
This
look
is-
at you.
this is the roach papers, bro. So
Oh, no
I have
shit.
Why
like
don't you just
hundreds
use one of
I-
these?
Yeah, that's
Because
nice
you have to
too.
change the water.
We
and that's
used to
gonna end
use
up-
old,
your son's room.
takeaway menus.
Yeah, I'm in my son's room.
Yeah, right. Huh?
What is going on?
Topple, are you Darth Vader? Are you literally Darth Vader?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, you look.
I am your father.
I am your father.
That's
You're
it.
fucking not.
I got you,
You're
Steve.
not.
I
That
found
goes
that
in the
card,
end.
Interesting.
Steve.
What
I
happened
find
to
that
just rolling
cardboard
the
a
joint?
little too thick, so I used to use takeaway menus.
We used to use match packs. You could take a little
they-
piece off the
They-
fold.
They
and
call
roll it
this
up.
raw
You know what? I don't have them out, but I got the same ones, dude.
tips.
They're not bad, man.
They're
But
good.
I got their papers, not the tips.
The raw papers are a little thin. Some people love thin papers.
Do you get zigzag papers over there?
Yep.
Yeah, oh boy, that's all I use.
Hell
man. There you go.
Zigzag 1 1/4.
How about the short whites?
Those are good.
Yeah.
I go in and I go three orange zigs, and the kid's like every month. He's like, "Yep, you're back." They know what I'm doing. I'm not rolling cigarettes at home, bro. You guys ain't fools.
My friends used to use the zigzag silvers because they were thinner and had less paper when you rolled them.
Actually, zigzags are a little bit heavy. But not
No,
the
no,
ones he
the
had. I'm
zigs-
talking about
the-
the white ones.
The silver ones, they were really thin.
I mean, how about that guy? He's just great. He's smoking a cigarette. That's like probably. I bet you that's 100-year-old painting they put on these back.
Probably.
Yeah, Steve,
Very well,
look
though.
inside of it, and it says "Made in France."
It should I mean, it says it right on the butt edge. Yeah,
Yeah.
made in
yeah.
France. Good shit.
Bonjour, mon ami.
Whatever happened to smoking blunts?
Well,
Too harsh,
we're not,
man.
We're not Jamaicans, dude.
Jamaicans don't smoke blunts, dude.
They don't smoke blunts.
Dude, when you're young in the inner city and someone rolls a blunt, I don't know if you've ever been around. It's awesome. You pass it
I've been around.
It tastes a little like Swisher Sweets or a Backwoods. It's tasty. You get high as hell. I'll tell you, you do a couple of those in a day
you're talking
or
about
over a
like
weekend, you're
the
feeling
cheap
that
cigars.
shit, dude. You're
You're
feeling
doing the
it,
cheap
man.
cigars and stuff in the papers and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Philly blunt.
But but anybody that mixes tobacco with marijuana is a blasphemer. Okay.
No, they're just cheap because they can't afford all that weed.
They're British.
It's a city thing, man. There was a time and a place for it.
You can make a gram baggie last like 10 joints.
Now, what you do is you just cut your size of your joint in half and smoke pure weed, and then you'll be fine.
Nah, you have to
get
have
used
to have
to
it. You have to have it 3 zigzags long.
Yeah, but here's the byproduct. You become addicted to nicotine in the process.
I was
For no
already
good-
anyway.
For no damn good reason.
Yeah, I smoked some blunts with some guys that were real bangers, dude. Like gangbangers.
What?
Yeah. You know,
Really?
when they pass you that shit, you're not like, no, I'm good. It's got tobacco. You literally know they're all carrying illegal
Wait,
9
you call a
millimeters.
blunt if it's got tobacco in it?
No.
Yeah.
I've been in a
say, a
couple
blunt
sketchy
is all
situations
weed.
like that
Actually, that's
before.
true. It's a cigar. It's a
Well,
cheap
it's-
cigar.
Yeah, but
A blunt is just all weed, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, a blunt is rolled with the wrapper of a tobacco, which is a
Yeah.
tobacco leaf.
Yeah.
Yes.
When you're
Oh, right,
inhaling
okay,
it,
proper
you're definitely
blunt, yeah.
getting tobacco in there in your lungs. It's a good part of it.
And smoking cigarettes and smoking pot, there's two different methods of inhaling, right? When it's pure pot, you're digging it and you're pulling it in. If it's tobacco and you pull it in like that, you're sick. If I were to do that, smoke a joint like a cigarette, it would be crazy.
I don't know.
Pulling that shit in.
Yeah.
I've seen some smokers take some pretty humongous drags of
don't be
cigarettes.
I always thought you added the tobacco to help it burn more consistently.
Slower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's probably a Dutch thing. I think it started in Amsterdam, right?
Dutch master.
Well, the whole spliff thing, I think, was old school Amsterdam. Or Europe, at least. I used to golf with some young
The
guys.
Jamaicans used to use tobacco too.
Rastafarians never, though.
No, but the cones, you know what I'm talking about. It looks like
Yeah.
an ice cream cone.
I think it's a European thing, man. I used to golf with some European soccer. They were Americans, but they liked soccer, so I don't know. They always wanted to smoke fucking weed with cigarette tobacco in it and shit. I thought it was nasty.
Me too. It smells different.
Yeah, you
too.
never use rolling tobacco. You always squeeze
Cigarette
out
tobacco.
the tobacco over pre-rolled.
I got this
okay.
thing about a week ago. I kind of digging it.
Let's solo lay out that bad
Is that a
boy.
one hitter?
You got yourself an oil vape?
No, it's a
A one hitter?
no, it's the oil the
Oh, vape.
yeah.
Why is it all
Cannabis
white?
vape.
I don't know, man. That's just what. There's where you plug it in,
Oh, I see. Yeah,
and
yeah.
then it's got like a silicone tip thing on it that you take off.
Why do you experiment with your health?
Now that's legal, right?
I mean, I don't know. Yes.
Yes.
That shit's got vitamin E acetate in it. It's going to kill him.
I mean, well,
It's not made by Dank Vapes, is it?
No, it's made by. Oh, I'm not going to tell you who it's made by, but it's a buddy of mine.
All right.
only reason I ask you why it's white is because some of the ones I've seen here in the legal market are dark charcoal gray,
Like
almost
oil.
black with no.
Well, this didn't come from like a shop.
I understand that. Yes, I read you
Somebody's
loud and
bathtub, no
clear.
doubt.
Well, what happened was because I talked to you last week, and you can take me off full screen, by the way, because I'm starting to get uncomfortable.
Well, I felt like we were having a solo
You
conversation.
should
Like I completely forgot about the
But-
rest of the guys.
But anyway, remember last week I told you I went into that place, and it
Yes,
was like
yes.
on a Saturday afternoon. It was like a doctor's office, and it was like a half-hour wait, and I'm like, I'm not sticking around for this. So I told my dude, I told him, I'm like, and I knew when I told him that he would, set me right. So that's why I told him. And then I was like, I was wanting to get one of those pen things. He's like, well, I make those. And I'm like, that's pretty much why I'm telling you right now.
Holy shit, this guy's a chemist.
Did he star in that movie with Denzel Washington as a pilot? You had the guy with the backpack.
No, but
that
he showed me this operation that they got going on. Like it's for selling to the dispensaries.
Yep.
And that's quite the operation.
Wow. So, are they actually making the oil from the raw material?
I don't ask any questions, so I don't know. I know that he makes seeds, amongst other things, but that's what he's like
He's what
designer seeds, I guess.
What
is
people
the
in
way
the
to describe it.
industry would call him a breeder.
Okay, there you go.
He breeds strains, so he might take a famous one called ice cream cake, and one called
I've done
Girl Scout cookies, and then he
Yep,
might
yeah.
combine those together with some
Exactly.
like African haze and make African cake or
But
something.
how's
Right.
how's he combining them in a petri dish, or is he actually growing?
I have
them
no
cross-
idea.
Cross-pollinating.
He's growing males and females.
So he's cross-pollinating.
And then what they do, it's called the pheno hunt, which is when you hunt phenotypes, which are genetic expressions of a certain plant. Then you say, holy shit, this one smells exactly like tangerines, and then they take that one
Wow.
and they take the female plant, and then they paint some of the buds with colloidal silver, and that causes it to turn into a hermaphrodite and self-seed.
Ah, interesting.
Which then the seeds that come off of that, which it pollinated itself, are 100% female.
Wow, interesting.
So then you have feminized seeds, and then all you have to do is grow those plants out.
Yeah,
And,
much more efficient.
Right,
You don't-
because you don't have to kill the males. If you know anything about weed, you know you don't smoke the males. You kill
Yeah,
the males,
exactly.
you smoke the girls, you know.
My buddy used to turn his binoculars backwards, and he could actually identify which plant was going to be a male by the stamen coming out, as versus the the pods. Because the male plants, you got a stem that comes out, and then you got the pods that hang below it that have the pollen in it.
Mhm.
If you identify them early, which was critical, you could eliminate them right away.
Yep.
All the Smokesteve, all the names he's got, they're all like have some type of St. Louis, reference to them. You know what I'm saying?
That's smart. Little local flair.
Yeah,
Arch.
it's like an old, or an old like Cardinal player or something, or there's always some,
How
or a
funny.
street name. There's always some type of St. Louis reference to.
So
Cool, man.
this guy sounds like he has some. He's been involved for quite a long time. Have you known this guy for many years, Aphid?
This guy I have, and he's got me hooked up with all these other guys that
Wow.
do the same thing.
Wow, interesting.
Some of them are worth it. He's worth it. Well, he's a friend. I almost consider him a friend of mine, because I know him through skating and stuff too. But some of these guys, it's like I really want to help them out because I think it's cool what they're doing. But it's like they'll want like 3 of something that I have to design, like 3 little bitty tiny labels that, because they call them pre-rolls, I guess, where it's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
a glass tube, and they shove a cork down in it, and they want the sticker to go over the top of the cork and then come down the sides with the name of the strand or whatever, I guess.
Strain.
Strain, sorry. So it's like, sometimes it's like I have to type all this stuff out and design this thing for like 10 little, like basically 45 cents worth of stickers or something, and it takes me like 10 minutes to lay it up. And I want to say, no, come on, man, you can't do that to me.
Those pre-rolls, they can sell them for $10 or even $15 a piece sometimes.
Really?
Well, he's paying like 25-30 cents just for the sticker, and it's a glass tube, it looks like, with a cork in it.
With one joint.
I mean, I guess I don't see it with the joint in
God.
there. I just
They
see
gotta
the glass.
fix the packaging issue in cannabis right now, because they're putting tiny amounts of weed in packaging that weighs like 20 times the amount of what's inside of it. It's fucking stupid, man. Now here in Massachusetts, there's a new thing going around at the legal dispensaries. Box of bones. You can buy 28 joints for about like $100, $120. 28 pre-rolls.
Huh.
Not bad. Under $5 a joint. If you think about it, if you were throwing a huge party and you put that thing out, Aphid, it'd be insane.
Yeah.
I'd love it. But it's like 28 joints. Once they're gone, they're gone. It's not like it's 28 1-grammers, so it's 1 ounce of weed.
Not if you save the roaches, Steve.
Yeah, but would you be better off just buying the ounce for the same price and like letting
Yeah,
people
absolutely.
pack bowls and shit?
Yeah. Or roll your own.
Or roll your own.
Like
It would
I
make it
noticed
last
for-
longer.
I noticed that you use a grinder, which
I do.
to me is like you got a lot of waste with the grinder. I'm still a guy with the fingertips, man. You got to break that shit down and crystallize it in your fingertips.
No, there's nothing wrong with that. My shit's a little bit on the sticky side, so
Yeah, that's true.
I'd be like beers would be sticking to my hand. I'd be like flicking to get them off. After
You'd be like
a while.
Clark Griswold in Christmas
Yeah.
Vacation. Lots of stuff.
But just think
After the
about how
tree.
much is left in the grinder if it's sticky.
It's true. You're right. No,
I think
And then
last
how do
day
you-
was about to fall
and then how do you
asleep.
clean it? How do you clean it? Ugh, nasty.
you're supposed
He
to
needs a-
clean it with vodka.
He needs a topic he can relate to.
Vodka makes sense.
Then you make a drink out of the vodka.
Don't worry about
Oh
me.
my god.
Make a whitey. Who just someone's hit me up on Twitter? One of you guys?
Nope, wasn't me.
I sent you a dick pic.
All right, cool. Let me set that up on micro mode.
Yeah.
You gotta zoom in 500%, baby.
He has a different sound for that.
Oh, it's a retweet. Thanks for the retweet. For the retweet. Last Dance. Last Dance is always good for a retweet and a like. Nobody else.
Man, I don't even go on. I don't even go on Twitter.
I haven't seen anything by Aphid Lipid in months.
Biscuit Vapes often writes a long paragraph or two when Hayden Hewitt tweets. He's like, "Oh yes, let me get up for Hayden.
It's not that. I get notifications every 5 fucking minutes, so I'm like, well, that's triggered me. I'm just gonna type it out.
Unsubscribe.
A tweet to that.
Unsubscribe.
How's Hayden doing? I wish that guy would come in here and touch base. I haven't heard from that dude in a long time.
Yeah, he's stepping in shit on Twitter like he did it today for sure.
He's making movies.
Making movies. Kara.
That's the name?
That's, I think, the next one's scheduled to come out.
Is that the full-length one that he said he was making?
I think so, because
it's
taking a long time.
feature-length horror, isn't it?
You know, we actually had a garbage truck pick up the dumpsters next door at the restaurant at 4:00 in the morning.
That is not acceptable.
No, I know, and I think it's illegal, but
It should be.
yeah, it is. I mean,
Why? What's wrong with that?
Yeah,
It wakes everybody up.
Put your bin out the night before, and you're all good.
Well,
They don't go in there with tippy toe and carefully take the boxes out.
No,
like
they
we're
don't.
talking.
I wish to take my bin at chuffy 4 in the morning so I can get on with my day instead
No,
of
you don't know what
waiting
he's
till 5
saying.
at night.
No, it's,
You're
They
it's
hook
not-
in these
It's a
they hook
restaurant
these-
that's filled with bottles, man.
right, and they hook
clank.
in these forks and lift it over, and the covering slams back and forth 6 or 7 times, and then it,
Not only that, but at 4
Dumps it
o'clock
in.
in the morning, it's the first pickup, and that means that the truck is empty. So
Yep.
it's not landing on other trash, it's hitting the
Right.
bottom of that
Right.
big open metal container, and it's
Right.
glass hitting it. At
Did
4
you call
o'clock
the
in the morning.
police? Did you call the
No,
police?
I'm not going to do that.
Oh, come on.
Well, we got
I
we
never
got some
called a
pizza.
man, ever.
We got some fat, like every pizza joint, the takeout places. They're on the it's less than a mile from here. And it's there's a valley in between us, so for some reason you can hear it really well. But at like 3-4 o'clock in the morning, like I hear them getting the trash all the time. I don't know if it's illegal. I don't know what. I guess
Yeah, it is.
I don't know.
too.
Maybe
They
if
got
it's
noise
too close
ordinance.
to surely if it's too close to houses or something, they got
Y'all
right
need to
to
live in the
complain.
sticks then. The only
I don't
problem
think-
we have is raccoons fucking.
Yeah, but I don't think
I got that
it's
too.
illegal.
They
Oh, yeah,
scream.
the blowers.
Yeah, raccoons are loud, man.
Sounds like a
They sound
woman
like-
dying.
That's what I was gonna say. They sound like people out there screaming.
The first time I heard that, I almost called the police. I'm like, there's someone out there killing a woman or
It's
something.
funny because
Yeah.
I looked that up the other day because they were blowing and it was hurting my ears, and it was like it's a low frequency sound. That's the one that's doing the damage. And they actually, if you look it up, there's actual studies about the amount of damage to just like normal people, and it because it's low frequency, it travels like 800 feet.
What are you talking about?
Are we talking
Yeah,
about
what are you
raccoons
talking
Leaf blowers.
Oh.
Oh, I thought we were talking about raccoons.
Yeah, I thought we were talking about raccoons fucking still.
No.
they bark at a low frequency.
Always gets me that that mouse that's
rough.
like going at the moon. Have you ever seen that one? It's like a mouse just.
The meme
Like
or
with the-
wherever that is.
No, it's not a meme, but there's like this mouse that's like howling at the moon, like screaming. It's like a nature video, and there's like got the camera, and the mouse is just in front of the moon, and it's like howling right loud, screaming.
Never seen it.
It's really good. It's funny.
All right, we're gonna find that damn mouse. I think it is a meme.
Is it a meme?
Wait.
No, it's not a meme.
Uh,
It was on a David Attenborough thing.
Who is that?
I heard the BBC didn't let him bring his last show on because it would offend conservatives.
Well, there's always a chance I could get banned for this. So
Oh, stop! You're not getting banned.
You get demonetized. For
We got rid of
showing a
Twitch.
BBC thing, but that's all. You're not even monetized.
No, he got
so
in
it don't
trouble.
matter.
He got in trouble in here one time for showing a clip from something. What was it?
that was
not-
Saturday
Oh,
Night
Saturday
Live.
Night Live.
NBC. It was NBC.
This is Nat Geo, National Geographic.
That's a commercial.
We're not watching what.
Does that mean I could get banned or couldn't? You got to speak simple,
No.
man. I don't know
You
what the hell-
could get banned.
Damn.
Just show. You guys show. This is about history, though.
Nat
No, it's
Geo
more
is it
Nat-
African titties?
No,
That's
it's
the one.
It's the mouse yelling.
With the plates on the neck.
Well, I'll just give you a preview and show you. What the hell did I just do? Okay, that was weird. Where am I? All right, now we're back. Okay,
I want to see us go vertical here. This is going to be interesting.
nothing's going vertical, buddy. I don't know what the hell that means, anyways. All right.
That means when you put up something, we all slide to the left side of the screen.
Oh, okay.
And a
Oh, like the back.
Yeah, that's the
example.
one.
All right. Well, I'll just get a little taste of the mouse. Maybe they
It's only
won't pick up
17
on
seconds, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll just do 15 seconds.
it. Quiet the mouse.
Nice move.
She's a wolf in mouse clothing.
Okay. Yeah.
That seems fake. That sounds like Gilbert Gottfried's voice.
And I could have swore he said she. Didn't he say she?
I don't know. That was clearly the most.
Ah! That was me.
That was a classic voiceover there.
Yeah.
Deep fake if I've ever seen one. Almost like Biden there with the talk.
That's what TikTok is like. It's like rampant with that kind of crap.
You gotta get off TikTok.
That's Chinese propaganda shit.
That's
I know,
Chinese
I know.
propaganda.
But I can wade through it without being indoctrinated.
Yeah, but it's like all little teenage girls dancing around.
Well, you've got your settings.
I mean,
so
I
see
go
is
in.
music.
I mean,
What?
They have
Huh?
What was that, Martin?
Yeah,
Martin, what were you saying?
motherfucker. What did you
I
say?
mean,
You're in for teenage little girls dancing. All right.
Martin thought it was an auction. He was like, teenage
One of my
girls.
favourite TikTok channels is one that he puts saxophone music into songs that don't normally have saxophone music. That's quite fun.
like I said before, it all depends on your algorithm, you know.
Your
Like,
algorithm.
like me, yeah, I get cats. I like cats. I get dogs, cats.
When you first
Dogs.
sign up for TikTok, it asks you what do you want to watch, and I put music and
Teenage
comedy,
little girls.
and that's it. Just music and comedy.
And actually, that's it too. Sometimes a lot of it's videos of bands from like the '60s, and you know, like what was that show that used to be on Saturday afternoon, Last Dance? The Black.
He's not as old as
They
you.
used to play. He knows. He'll remember, right? Soul Train.
Oh yeah.
A lot of them were Soul Train, which
I think that made it into the 70s.
yep. And those were like the first time these bands were ever like on TV.
Was that after the wide world of sports?
No, that was about the same time. I used
Yeah,
to
it
like
was
that, man. That was great.
Contemporaneous with it.
There was a slogan for that. Something incredible victory, incredible loss.
The
I don't remember.
the agony of defeat.
Yeah, that's it. Agony of defeat.
Thrill of victory, the agony of
Yeah.
defeat.
Thank you.
All I remember from the wide world of sports was this guy on roller skates trying to jump over these 55-gallon drums. And he landed square on top of the drums and just totally fucking wrecked himself. Like, sprawled out on the drums. The drums are rolling forward. He's falling into the drums. And then he somehow got up and did it again, and he stuck it. It was pretty epic.
The agony of defeat in Wide World of Sports was a ski jumper.
Downhill, the guy
He was a
that
ski jumper, and he tried to abort his jump at the end of the ramp.
Yeah.
And it was just looked like a pile of snow, a spray of snow as he tumbled, head over ass for like 150 yards.
Amazing, man. Those guys would catch air.
Yep.
Does anybody remember that luge guy, like 10, 15 years ago, that slammed into those poles and just disintegrated? That was cool, wasn't it?
I remember
That was cool.
Jamaican?
I never saw a good video of it though.
Was that on live?
No, but you could hear it. You could hear
you
it,
could
though.
hear it.
Oh,
You
that
could
was
hear the
definitely
poles.
awesome, yeah.
But
It's like
that was a live leak thing?
No.
Not live leak?
No, I think it was on Live Leak. I think
No,
that's
it was the
probably where I saw it.
Olympic. It was the Winter Olympics.
It was, but yeah, I know, but it's not like they showed. It's not like they were showing the clip over and over. You had
I
to go
think
to a place like
that's the
Live
same
Leak to watch
year
it.
where that one girl was doing bobsledding and bend over, and her whole seam split, and you can see her whole ass.
Ugh.
I remember that.
I do remember that.
Yeah.
See, I'm not the only one.
I have no recollection of that at all.
Well, I mean, they're pushing that heavy sled. They do have a very hefty, usually gluteus maximus.
Yeah.
And you squeeze that thing into those tight spandex with all the bending over. Wardrobe malfunction waiting to happen, man.
You need that forward
thrust.
Yeah.
Talking about the big gluteus maximus, it's turning me on.
It's like the Jamaicans. That's why they brought the Jamaicans in, because they're notorious track guys. Remember the?
I wonder why.
You guys sound like Jimmy the Greek from like football from the 70s. Is that who got banned?
Yep, that's
yes,
him.
Jimmy the Greek. Look at that
What did he get
run.
banned from? I can't remember.
He said, "Look at that monkey run."
No, you got that wrong.
That was Howard Cosell.
Howard Cosell.
Oh,
That's Howard Cosell.
That's right.
Jimmy
And I don't
the
think
Greek.
that's exactly what. I don't think that's exactly what he said either.
Someone said that.
Similar.
Yeah, but Howard Cosell was like
Howard.
best buddies with fucking
Muhammad Ali.
Cassius Clay.
Yeah.
Cassius Clay is what we know him as.
I mean, it doesn't mean he was
was,
racist.
Well,
They're just words.
Cassius Clay.
Just words.
People get too uptight over words, man.
Well-
Seriously. He wasn't racist. He
Howard
shouldn't be canceled.
Not at all.
He
No,
came out and said that's what he called his nephews and his grandchildren and stuff.
What got Jimmy the Greek was he was talking about Southern slaveholders breeding blacks to be
That's correct.
more proficient. So, in the pursuit of agricultural labor and its corresponding application towards athletics.
Towards athletics and football and whatnot, and it was a really, really bad take.
And unfortunately, he was absolutely correct. But that was I guess our first experience of woke.
What?
No, it's more like
Oh, I hate that word. I hate that word.
I think it was more
I
like
to use it all the time.
he should have not said it in that circumstance. It was out of place. It was dumb.
Well, I think
It was
he
a
was drunk.
misstep. It was a misstep. He may have been drunk. I didn't know that, but a misstep doesn't always mean cancel the fuck out of somebody for life. It might just
Right.
mean maybe they can just say, "I didn't mean anything by it," because he didn't.
Yeah.
Right.
How about
There's
Don Imus?
racist, and then there's perception. And
Yes.
as they said, perception is reality. Back
Hey,
in the
Mr.
day.
Kelsey.
Steve, I think
I'm gonna get off, guys. Night night.
Good
Take it
night.
easy,
Good
Biscuit.
night, buddy.
All right,
You too, guys.
How about
Biscuit.
Don Imus?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to change your name
Imus.
to maybe Dinner
Honest.
Roll.
Dinner roll.
Because you're shrinking. And
Breadstick.
then- Breadstick.
Breadstick.
That's the next level, bro. That's the next level. Under 300 and maybe breadstick.
I'll let you know when I get under
You're
300.
you're croissant now.
Keep it up,
Ah, dear.
homeboy. Have a good night.
You too, guys. Night.
Stay well.
See ya.
Good night.
That's great. Back.
Jimmy the Greek. He was right. His analysis was absolutely correct.
I
as
don't
far as
know.
the breeding process.
What? Oh. Oh.
Okay.
Not
Do you
really.
remember
some-
what? Do you remember what Don
bunch of
Imus-
middle-aged
Imus
dudes
said?
talking about breeding.
Yeah, Don Imus said. I
wish
can
I
quote
was
him.
middle-aged.
Don Imus said something
Oh,
about
you
nappy-headed hose.
Now that
Nappy-headed
was that was awful.
That dude was such a. He just looked like a douche.
He did.
Wait, Last
He had
Dance.
that
Don,
douche look.
of all the things in the world, that triggered you, Last Dance?
No, it was just there was no way to take that comment any other way other than
Right.
an egregious
I didn't mean it
insult.
like that.
And this he was talking about what, the women's basketball team or U.S.
Yeah, it was the women's
Olympic
basketball
basketball team?
I'm not defending him, but hear me out on this part. He was
Oh,
Here
you're
we go.
defending him.
no, he was a competitor
Don't
of
disappoint Smokesteve's wife.
he was
I
a
did.
competitor of Howard Stern.
Yes, they hated each other.
Oh, okay.
Now, if Howard Stern had said that, no big deal.
Howard Stern did blackface.
That's what I'm saying.
Hold on there. He used to.
I don't know. I think that would be.
Are
pretty
you
offensive.
holding Don Imus to a higher standard than Howard Stern? I guess, which is fine.
Yeah,
Not
yeah, I
fine.
think so. I think so.
Like Imus is
Shit.
he's not. I mean,
he was no Mother Teresa, as Last Dance always says.
You know, it's funny. If you were 5 years earlier, Don Rickles was saying the same kind of crap all the time, and nobody gave a damn about it.
Did Don Rickles really go towards that direction?
Oh, hey, you're a
I
black
don't know.
man. Hey, check your wallet. Check your wallet. Come on.
Did he
Dude,
do
he
that?
would do anything and everything.
He did.
yeah,
Yeah, he did.
I never
Yeah.
saw anything.
What
Because there was-
McGrandy just said he would say after, "Hey, look, we have so and so of a certain color in the audience here tonight."
Right.
Cue the words that McGrandy just said would follow.
Exactly.
And that
Suppose
person-
Flip Wilson was a guest, for example.
And the person
Yeah.
in the audience that he was talking to would usually laugh and be like,
Yes.
"Oh, you
That's right.
motherfucker!"
People had thick skins back then. He would, like the Italians, he would bring them in and he would make fun of the way they talk. The guy, I mean, dude, it was. And
They probably hated him though. And
like one of the best one was you looked out there, he goes, hey, you Chinese? The guy laughs. He goes, yeah, oh yeah. He goes, yeah. Ever since World War II, everybody's Chinese, not Japanese. You know what I mean? The guy was
Yeah.
just ruthless.
That joke didn't hold up.
Well, you should try.
different generation.
Yeah, in the time it did.
Yeah.
But
In the time it was
Nobody wanted to
cutting
be
edge.
Japanese because of World War II. That's why. And that extended into the 50s. I mean, in the 60s, my mom used to call them Japs. You know what I mean? Because they carry that anger during the war. You know.
yeah,
So
no, I mean that's what
I'm sure your dad talks about North Koreans in a very similar manner.
Yeah, but I mean,
maybe using the G-O-O-K word.
to me, the word Japanese to be shortened to the three letters is I mean, to call that offensive is barely. I think that was more or less a thing of the time. The guys,
Yeah.
just trying to get it out.
Well,
You know,
it usually had a diagram of an individual with glasses and buck teeth.
No, I get that, but I mean, when the guys are calling it in wartime, they're just trying to have a quick descriptor to say that the blanks are over there, not trying to say the whole word, three
No, it's
syllables.
true. It's true.
One syllable, one quick word, you know what
It's-
it means.
Like, it's the same thing as like the guys in the Middle East, the veterans, they call them Hajis, which
Sure.
that comes from Johnny Quest.
I
That guy
didn't
was
know
an
that.
Indian, by the way.
Yeah, I remember that.
But they
But
call them Hajis. And
I
Race
didn't know
Bannon.
Johnny Quest, the character of the Haji, was
Haji,
an
yeah.
Indian, which is really
That was
funny.
a great show, man. I love that
Oh yeah,
show.
damn right it was.
That's a good one. I had my dad put, well, actually, I was gonna say what it was, but it's right here.
Good.
We're going to need to zoom in, Steve, on Aphid Lip.
Is he running a noose out or something?
No, my dad made these, when I was probably like 7, 8 years old.
Nice.
These stools, and I would stand inside of it. I don't know if I still can, but I'm gonna try. I get
You're
one
gonna-
foot in there.
You're going to break it.
I was like real little, and I would act like I was
Johnny
on that
Quest.
show. Johnny Quest, and I was zooming around in my
Airplane.
Well, they had those little things they stood on, and it was like similar to the stool, and they'd fly around on those things.
I don't know. I think you're talking about the Jetsons, dude.
No, I'm talking about Johnny. Trust me, I'm talking about Johnny Quest. I mean, it didn't look just like an upside down wooden stool. I'm not saying that.
It's funny. I got a stool just like that. It's from like the 50s. It was like one of the first things my parents
We
had.
love you too, cup of tea.
Yeah, so the whole thing about the name thing, I mean, is there going to be a time we can get over that? Like, for real? Like,
what name?
Who cares? Like, just people using slang. Like, why is it a big deal? Like, especially if it's in a humorous way. I just think that's ridiculous that anybody is offended.
What
words hurt people?
Thank God we have perspective, though. We have perspective. We're not.
I mean, there's no. I mean, I'm short. People can make. If somebody wants to joke about me being short, I'm not gonna get offended by it.
What do they say, man?
No, but I'm just saying, like people get so bent out of shapes about like if you use
like
slang
what?
or
Like
Yeah.
like what?
It's funny. Well, I mean,
there's not. What I'm saying is there's no word you could call me that I'm gonna like be like deeply offended.
Oh, I could think of a couple.
Well, I mean,
if you're saying it in a joking way.
You're not the tallest white guy. It's not like there's a lot of like things we can call you. Yeah, I mean, you're not exactly like a little person.
Like,
so,
but what I'm saying is for some people, there's no word you could use that's even kind of is assimilated to who they are that you can use, in a joking way or anything.
We all know who you
they're
are.
Instantly offended by it. If you
we just know you as the libtard.
Right. That's a perfect example.
Wow.
Well, we just live in a world now where people are primed to take offense. They're waiting for their opportunity to be offended.
Like I think back in the 50s, if there was some black dude and Don Rickles was friends with him and made some racial joke to him, I don't think that guy was like bent out of shape over it. I think that guy probably thought it was Don Rickles and he's my friend, and I think it's funny as hell that he just did that to me.
Let's put it to you this way: he did it mostly with audience.
I know,
members,
I know.
But they're fans who paid to be there, who in a way probably expect it and laugh their asses off.
Yeah.
Like looking
they're having
back on
a
it
few
now,
drinks, they're having some fun with their friends.
But you know what the thing about Don Rickles is when he closed his show, he would always say, "Now seriously, I love you. We're the best friends. I want your family to have. I wish all the best on your family." And he would always he'd end up stitching it up at the end of the show.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to be the naysayer, and I'm going to say that's probably not necessarily. I don't necessarily consider that all okay.
Don Rickles?
It's reinforcing stereotypes that
we all laugh about, and we all laugh because we know they're stereotypes. And it's,
I don't know.
What about Mel Brooks?
Oh, Mel Brooks.
Same thing, Last Dance. He did the same shit, man. Same humor.
Blazing Saddles.
Give me an example.
I was just gonna say Blazing Saddles.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if it's okay. I mean, to stereotype, a race as inherently
it doesn't have to be
criminally
just
suspect. For criminals.
What about Python and the Killer Rabbits, man? I mean, it's just.
I mean, some stereotypes are worse than others. If you make some joke about some,
especially the ones about the Jews.
Certain, certain.
If
you say, "Oh, you probably have a big, you know what," because you're.
Yeah.
All right, I know you like airplanes. What about the movie Airplane?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
about when the white woman talks jive turkey
Yeah.
and translates for the black
Yeah, I
black
think
guys, the
I'd say
Soul
that's-
Brothers?
Okay, that's harmless.
Okay, because it doesn't stereotype them as thugs and murderers.
No, it just
Right.
makes
Like
it makes
maybe
fun of
stealing
it.
the wallet.
It makes fun of their dialect. Now you could have a discussion about whether there's anything particularly worthy of making fun of, but we all laugh at something that seems alien to us. So I understand that.
Or familiar.
Or
What about
familiar.
gay? What about gay people? Like, what if some dude likes you got some dude that likes fat women, and you joke about him liking fat women, but if you got somebody that's gay, you can't make any gay joke about him without getting canceled or something.
That's
not
That's
racist.
these
right.
days.
And you know what? It's funny. And
No, I don't.
I'm sorry that what's his name is gone.
Well, hold on, I was
Because-
asking Last Dance.
No, I think gay jokes, for the most part, are okay. But
What?
to stereotype a black man for likely he's going to steal your wallet, that
Yeah, I agree
That's
with
different.
that. I see what you're saying, but words though is what I was.
yeah, I just think some things are more okay than others. Some things are probably best.
Right.
Are may not be funny to the people who are laughing with you because they. don't
How about the food?
Well,
that
were
we
they
like?
funny in the 70s and the 60s when Rickles did it?
They
Bob Hope
well
used to
probably
be on
not to
Vietnam
black
War.
people. I doubt they ever liked being stereotyped as inherently criminal and untrustworthy.
Probably not. Probably not.
I have to
Davis
disagree
Jr.?
because in the 60s, most black Americans had already been subjected to major discrimination. And at that point, especially in the 60s, it was a reawakening of the realities of life. And
Well, I don't
think
know how most black
were a
people
lot
felt.
cooler back then than they are today, man.
I don't know how
Because-
most black people felt. I know how I would feel if I was in their shoes.
Well,
What a
Did you ever
what a
see the
diplomatic
Don
way
Rick-
to handle that?
Did you ever see Don Rickles in the movie Dirty Work?
Mm-hmm.
No, not
Look
that
at
I
you.
remember.
Look at you. You look like a baby gorilla.
That's the one.
Yep.
He shows up to give these guys a talking to. It's like Artie Lang, Norm Macdonald, and some other losers that are working at a movie theater. You look at you. You look like a baby gorilla. Baskin Robbins is down to 5 flavors because he's so fat. He ate all the flavors at Baskin Robbins.
Who was he talking about? I didn't see the.
Artie Lang.
Artie Lang.
Okay.
You gotta see the scene, man.
I've never
I-
seen that
they-
movie.
I've
That's
never
all you gotta
seen
see.
it.
The scene. You don't have to watch the movie though.
I can't
the
play
rest of the
the
movie
scene.
sucks.
No,
But-
but the
but
scene
that-
is on
that-
YouTube. If I play it here, I'll get a strike.
right.
Yeah,
but
you'll
that-
get-
no
that-
one's
that
watching.
plays
Sure.
to the lack of sensitivity that people had back in those days.
Algorithms are watching Tops.
Really?
Yeah, he'll get pinched. Yeah, he got pinched.
After
In the Saturday,
all
you think
the-
somebody called about the Saturday Night Live? No.
After all the jokes that
algorithms
McGrande
picked up
just
that
said,
he played the Saturday Night Live.
wouldn't
Hey,
it pick up
he-
everything McGrande just said though?
No, that's
Huh?
fine. Tops, was
that's
that you
fine.
earlier, the
Play the
first
video.
one who tried to get on? When I asked about it, and you said total imposter?
Yeah, that was me.
Even the first one.
What's that?
Even the first one named Tops that I was initially concerned about. Then
That
it
was
deleted and came. It was all you. Okay.
It was all
okay.
me.
Wow.
Dude, see, I can't
Well, you
tell.
said that. You said it. You know it's me, but I mean, anybody could say you know it's me.
No, because you didn't have the 215, bro. That's what usually
I don't have the 215 now.
No, but you showed me on
Trying
yourself
to get
on,
away from it.
on the green room.
Oh, you giving up on it?
I thought I
Trying
don't
to be
even.
just Greg now. All right, can you call me Greg?
Yeah, no worries. Just show yourself for 5 seconds, especially if the name is different. Because
You
it
should
used
know
to be.
my what are they called? Avatars or whatever the hell they are.
Anybody could copy them.
No, but the first one didn't have that chick. The first avatar was different, bro. That's what I'm. That was what it was right there. That's the one.
Yeah,
Uh,
And then
okay.
this one,
That's one too.
and then this one.
Whoa.
God,
Oh, is that
a
you
breast?
kids
and then this
breastfeeding?
one,
Oh, that's old school Topple right there.
Yeah.
And
That's
then
a-
my favorite, the one I used to piss off Cypher, was with
Black
this
Power.
one.
Black Power.
That's not
I
my
always- I just found out the other night on Discord when I was talking to you. Was it that's a porn star? Or no, maybe
I said that.
Yeah, I heard
You
that.
said that.
Yeah.
That was on Goon. Yeah, I heard you. That
The
came
girl
out.
with the red hair and the long
The
tongue.
girl with the long tongue. That was Last Dance that said she was known for her.
Her name is Larkin Love.
Larkin Love.
Yeah,
Larkin Love.
we had a powwow Wednesday night on the Discord, fellas. It was quite hot.
I had too many kids around, so I couldn't talk.
You shut
Like the
yourself
live? You guys did the live thing?
Yeah,
Well, we chatted.
Oh
And
man,
the,
I wish I could be on that. I would've came on,
What's
man.
it called? What do you call that?
I don't know, but we never used that any.
No.
It was awesome. Goon
Yeah.
was there playing tunes in the
was
background.
The chat room, you call it.
It was a new
Right.
experience for me.
Right.
I was there, I just didn't talk.
I know. That's why I actually kept saying that because you were talking to other people. That's why your mic was shut off, so we wouldn't hear what was going on.
Yeah, if I put the video on, you can see my daughter sitting next to me. I'm like, I can't talk to you guys right now.
What were you guys watching?
Larkin Love.
Oh, come on. You were fixated. I could see the flashing of the screen. It looked like I don't know, like something exciting was on the tube.
She watches YouTube a lot, so she doesn't even watch. I don't even know why I have cable other than for wireless.
She watch it on the TV?
Well, no, she watches YouTube, which is off the wireless.
On the TV or on her device?
Both. She'll have her iPad on her and then the TV going. It's annoying as shit.
Wow.
But it keeps her happy.
Well, you got to get yourself a little HP with some headphones, and then you could be boop 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 doing your own thing.
Well, I ordered new headphones anyway, but summer's around the corner. I could go outside and escape.
Get by that pool.
Yes, I can't wait.
It was 85, feel like 90 here today.
Man, I wish I'd have gone to Florida instead of San Diego.
We went to San Francisco in the middle of summer, and we packed nothing but shorts and T-shirts, and we get out there. And here it was like over 100, so we were like, oh, California, it's got to be super hot. And so we go out there, and it was like 40 the whole time. We were freezing our
San
ass off.
Francisco, I was there in May, and it was like I had a leather jacket in May.
Yeah.
Awesome, man.
I
It was
had
so
no
nice
leather
compared
jacket.
to South Florida. To go to San Francisco, it was just like, wow, what a town. And you can literally leave your beer outside and have it be cold instead of putting it in the fridge.
I mean, you
It was
got to look at the positives.
I spent the year in a weekend out there a long time ago in the Castro district, which is the gay district.
Yeah,
I was about to say.
Oh, yeah.
Are we going to talk about that? Is this revelation coming up?
It's where you find me when I'm down there.
I'll tell you, it was a time. Well,
Dude, it's a
maybe-
beautiful city. It is a beautiful city.
It is.
Yeah, it was
Guys, the eucalyptus forest, you got the Oriental Gardens, you've got the bison.
I went there.
It's just, and you got the wharf, you got the seals, and you got the wine country. It's what a beautiful place, man. Beautiful.
Yeah, I've actually been there quite a few times, but usually I'm always there. I was always there on work trips, and they were always extremely filled with work.
If you want to play paintball,
You're like hiding in the shadows, waiting for your next kill. Is that what you're saying?
that's what I was about to say.
No.
What I like about it is the time. I'd be up at 4 o'clock in the morning over there because of the time difference, 3 hours. And I'd be like, I could get breakfast before anybody. And that was just awesome, man. I was a morning guy all the way. But what a beautiful town. And the people are nice too. And the mass transit is excellent.
Bart,
Speaking of Asians.
Yeah, I was just going to say. I liked the more off the beaten path places like Half Moon Bay, which experienced a mass shooting by a Chinese guy.
Oh,
a few months ago.
Yeah.
And Santa Cruz is really a gorgeous town.
Man, California is great. I don't care what anybody says. I love it there.
Commie.
Really?
Yeah, dude. California is sweet, dude. It's like everywhere you go, and it seems like everybody's got endless amounts of money because the houses cost a shit ton, but they have like so much to do and so many restaurants to go to, and
It definitely
only
has a
part of
different
where did they
Cali.
get all their money? Seriously, it didn't seem like nobody was working either. I mean,
Yeah, it
what is
has
the
a,
secret?
it has
Y'all
its
looked
own
at Twitter
vibe,
at home.
and that's the same feeling. In San Francisco, they're a little bit more busy, but if you like,
Yeah,
go to
I'm talking
San
about more
Diego,
down in L.A.
if you go to
Like,
San Diego or Newport Beach or Encinitas, it's more like the surfer world, you know. And
The only
it's
part
a
of
little
California
warmer.
worth anything is Humboldt County and way up north. It's fucking beautiful.
yeah,
Oh
man,
man,
like
San
just
Diego
north of San
is beyond
Francisco,
all
dude. You
idea.
get into those redwood forests and
Yeah,
That's right.
oh my god, it's the coast has got the rock formations and the
yeah,
cliffs, and I
cliffs.
mean it's just unbelievable. They don't have
When
like
you
sand, but I'm not into like
They
putting a
have
beach
sand.
towel down.
Yeah, what you
I
know,
mean
it's
they
funny.
might. I'm just saying it's not like a
When,
sandy, warm, hot beach where you want to lay a beach
it's
towel down
cold,
and
but
wade in the water.
when you look at San Diego, I'm sorry, San Francisco from the other side of the bridge, it's almost like it's a magical city. It's like on a hill because it's like the hills all go up, and it's just like it looks like something out of a fairy tale from a
The
distance on the other
Alcatraz
side of the
Island,
bridge.
that's always cool seeing that thing out there. Like I
Never
want to
made
go
it
out
there.
there. But it costs
Uh,
money to go out there, and I'm cheap, so I never made it out there.
You know what happened when I was there? It was an anniversary for the U.S. Coast Guard, and there was a Mexican Coast Guard ship and a Russian Coast Guard ship. They were all tied up. This is like probably early 90s. The Glasnost was already going on and everything. And it was so bizarre because the U.S. Coast Guard ship, you couldn't smoke. The Mexican Coast Guard ship, you couldn't smoke. But when you got on the Russian Coast Guard ship, it was like you had a 60-year-old guy that was working in the kitchen on the ship. And everybody was a bunch of blonde hair. They looked like Germans, man. All the young Russians, and all they wanted to do was trade cigarettes with you and shoot the shit. It was funny. It was really bizarre.
Russian smokes.
Yeah, they got thick paper filters, like sort of like what you were doing with your joints. You got a long paper filter on their cigarettes. It was really bizarre, man. I was taking pictures with these guys.
Any contraband vodka?
Nah.
Just
but
smokes.
The funny thing is, you could smoke on their ship, but you couldn't smoke on the U.S. or the Mexican ship, and they didn't care.
Man,
the Russians didn't give a
they probably smoke right down in those tight quarters and shit with each other. Crazy. Although they must have smoked on my dad's ship when he was in the 50s. The Americans probably all smoked.
Was your dad in the Navy?
Yeah.
Oh, Navy in Korea.
Yep.
So was he near Incheon for the invasion?
No, he was not, I believe. His aircraft carrier was a little bit further away. He was an electrician's mate, did a lot of work on planes. Mostly damaged planes that came back, the electrical systems. Occasionally the working on the boat, but for the most part, when a ship has electrical problems at sea, you don't want to be working on that shit. It's not good.
Yeah.
But the boat stuff, yeah. Oh, DeSantis, yeah. You're a fearless leader, McGrand.
Yes, we lay prostate to him all the time.
Wait, did we lose Topple? Yeah.
Yeah, it's just four now.
Just top's gone.
Kind of mean though. We didn't say bye or anything.
No.
Well, maybe he's coming back.
Fuck.
Maybe he's coming back.
You better check those avatars.
What do you? Yeah, right. What do you think? Is he gonna run, McGrand?
Oh, he's setting himself up. But
Yeah, I don't think he'd be in Ohio right now if he wasn't.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but
Say it like Governor Dean from the old days. Ohio!
Yeah, it's funny. I don't know, guy, if you ever saw the debate between him and the guy that was running for governor, the old Governor Christ. They had a debate. He was like so impotent, and yet, anyway, everybody makes excuses for him, you know. One of the things that's coming out now is his experience in Guantanamo as a prosecutor.
DeSantis?
Yeah. He was a JAG prosecutor down there. And there are some that have been released that claim he was privy and, if not, witnessed torture.
Ooh, big sack, big sack.
It's the size of my head.
Well, that thing looked like it had some chronic in it, buddy.
It's so strong. Here, Ginger. Oops, I mean Mrs. Lip.
I can smell it from here, homeboy.
Oh, it's so strong.
Wow. All right. Roll with your fingertips, man.
Yeah, you got to get a big glass jar, canning jar.
Well, we have some of those, but they're all filled already.
Wow.
Oh, good man, good man.
I don't think you can't see it real good.
Oh, yeah, I could.
Oh, that's good enough.
I could get 2 joints out of that puppy.
No way, that was
No.
Yeah, let me see.
It's all how you smoke, and
because I don't have to worry anymore. Like I can show you this, right, and not worry a thing about it.
You're
right?
legal, bro.
Isn't that what that means?
wow. Oh my God. You know what that's called? Emancipation. For
Nice.
you guys.
Nice buds.
State of Florida, you got to get a medical and go in there with a limp and says it.
No, here it's no big deal. We can go into our 7-Eleven.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness you got enough smart people to vote for recreational.
Wow.
So there's no.
I can't believe
penalty.
Oklahoma didn't pass.
I know.
I thought
Sad.
that freedom is what Florida's all about. You know, freedom.
Oh, it ain't gonna pass down there anytime soon.
No, it won't. It won't.
But at
freedom.
least you have medical. That's good.
Oh,
Yeah,
they do down in Florida?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I think that's. I don't see why that's not just the way they should keep it. Really, I mean, it's cool and everything, but I mean, if people want to go the extra style and get a. Oh.
I'm gonna.
Hello.
I'll mute it.
Hello.
You know, if people want to, use a card, and I don't see why that should be, a problem.
Well,
if that's
part of the
what you
problem
want,
is
if that's what you want to do,
creates a whole new industry, which is a bunch of doctors that charge you $300 just to give you the prescription.
That's what happened here.
I've seen guys that, they're quacks, man. And
exactly, that's the same here.
They just basically whatever you want, $300.
Their entire practice is
that
medical marijuana. Yeah,
I bet. I totally bet. I mean, I'm sure there's people like that are for, pumping old ladies with diet pills and stuff like that too.
Absolutely, dude. That's called a family practice, by the way.
I just got my first. What do you call it when you have like a doctor, like when you write it on the paper? Yeah, I've never had one in my life. I finally got one.
Yeah, and look out
it's
now.
Cool though. I like her, which I think is very important.
Now the trouble starts, my friend.
Yeah, she wants to make sure everything in my body is good, which I'm sure at my age I probably should be concerned about that stuff too.
Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching.
Sucks. It's just really
let's get that colonoscopy.
Eye-opening when you get to
you got to do.
That age.
Got to get that colonoscopy, and yep, I'll write you a prescription for those deep cleanings too. And your we'll do one quadrant every 6 months, and I don't know, your cholesterol's a little high there, Afik. We're gonna have to give you pills. And then
I don't think I'm gonna have an easy time with realizing our, mortality and fate. That's gonna bother me more and more as time goes on. I feel like I'm gonna have a hard time sleeping when I get to.
Exactly.
I'm gonna say because you guys are
age.
old. I'm serious, man. I don't know. Like mentally, I feel like I'm gonna have a real hard time with it when
Really?
I don't know. I don't like it at all. You know, I've kind of ignored it.
I thought I would have a real hard time with it too, and it bothers me, but I do get to sleep at night.
I
Yeah,
don't care.
I feel like it's going to make the problems I have worse because I'm just worrying about getting old.
Wow, I wouldn't worry about that at all.
I don't even want to
embrace
talk about it.
Hey, but I embrace
I'll start crying.
it. Dude, I'll give you some perspective. You know what? Stay skateboarding. So what if you break your arm? You're a little bit more brittle.
I'm not even worried about that. I'm worried about numbers of certain things in my body that are supposed to be something, and they're like not even close.
But you know what the funny thing is they're making you
I
sick.
go home and drink another beer.
They make you sick when you don't even feel sick. That's the problem. It's the mindset.
No, dude. I mean, it's like this. Either you take care of your body or you're gonna die young. I mean, that's. I mean, you gotta. That's 50% of it. There's another 50% that's the foreign everything that's around us that could kill us at any moment. You know, whether it be a car accident or some chemical that we get on our fingertips and gives us cancer and we end up dying.
Listen, Ethan, but just do what your grandmother said.
The numbers get smaller and smaller the older you get.
Drink milk, have your eggs, okay? Eat your vegetables, have your fruit, drink moderately, and
my grandmother never said any of that.
Don't smoke, but we know you're going to. And thank God now you can smoke weed because that's
all my grandmother ever said is mow the lawn.
Yeah.
Well, then you see these people. You think, oh, I'm gonna be 50. Maybe that's only halfway. But you seen 100-year-old dude and ever wanted to. As much as I fear death, it's got to be better than what these 100-year-old people
the joke
are going through.
You know the joke. Who wants to be 95? Well, someone who's 94 wants to be 95.
Right.
So you're never ready to give it up.
I believe it reminds me of a good joke. At my age, it's not remembering to zip up; it's remembering to zip down.
I believe it's the movie Platoon that has a great line in it, and the line says, "The dead only know one thing: that it is better to be alive."
Be alive. That's right.
And,
I think that way too.
So true.
I'll go to prison the rest of my life before I'd want to be, get the death penalty. I hear these people that would prefer to get the death penalty, so they don't. I mean, even prison you're still alive,
That's one of the arguments I have.
You still get to experience something, because
that's what
argument.
I had that argument with Lee Howells. I told him the greatest fear of any human being, unless they're crazy or they're already dying, is to die. And in that last moment, you imagine that when that person realizes they're healthy and they could live a lot longer, but they're about to be put to death for their crimes, I don't truly think that anybody doesn't feel great fear at that moment. And that's why I think the death penalty is effective in that sense.
My problem is still absolute.
Intruder alert! It was a mini Mac. Minnie McGrandy. That was a cute guy there, little guy you had walking through.
Yeah. Told him he should be a model.
He's got the beard? That's awesome.
No beard there.
Well, some people do kill themselves, of sound mind.
Right.
Well, it's okay, McGrand. I don't think it's a problem, buddy.
No, it's just... Anyway.
No, but honestly, I don't. And it's cool if he's a family member. Don't even stress it.
I'm not stressed at all. It's just typical.
McGrandy had a live leak video with his wife in there, so
I remember that.
He's fine with having his kid walk through the frame on.
Was that your boy?
That's my nephew.
Oh, it's your nephew. Yeah, because your kids are older than that, aren't they?
Yeah. That's one of my immigrant sponsors. He actually, he was born in Florida, and I got him at 11. He grew up in Colombia. So he's an amazing character now because he speaks perfect Spanish, and everybody thinks he's a gringo. He fucking shocks people all the time.
Does he speak good English too, or is he got an accent?
It's funny. Yeah, to me, he has an accent.
Mm-hmm.
But his cousin, my stepson, I got him at 7, and he was amazing. Like within 6 months, he was speaking English with no accent at all. He's got a better ear. It's funny how kids are, but they both speak Spanish. My wife and the 2 kids speak Spanish, unlike me.
Nothing wrong with an accent. If he's straight, the ladies like an accent, and if he's not, then guys like accents too. So I mean, he'll do all right either way.
The girls like him, even though he's a good
Shy.
looking kid.
Shy.
No, he's a good looking kid. No, he doesn't reach high enough, as far as I'm concerned. But
okay.
I'm talking about gusto of life. You know what I mean? I've been accused of spoiling both of them. So
interesting.
So
cool.
Food for thought for you guys that have younger kids. How do you raise them? Best way you can. That's all you can do.
That's right.
Yeah.
And
hope for the best.
And the other thing is when they try and blame me for their folly, I always say I have no regrets, because I really don't.
Yeah, I guess the best way they learn, you hope, is through example, and you give them as much love as you can, and show them what it is to be a good person, and hope that they pick up on it along the way.
Right.
Exactly right.
And of course, there are teaching moments when you take them aside and say, "Look at this, look at that. You know, this is how you tie a uni knot if you're trying to tie a leader onto a fishing rod, or this is how you load a 9mm, whatever it might be." But you have to teach your children correctly,
Well, mine is usually open the drawer, close the drawer, open the door, close the door, turn the light on, turn the light off. Just
that's
which plays into finishing the task. It starts with, wash the dish, dry the dish, put it away, as versus.
Last chance, you get tips on teaching your children right from wrong?
Nope. They'll just you'll be their model, and if you're doing right, then they will inherit some of it, and then it's you and their peers. And their friends.
It's funny because
the friends is a tough one, man.
Can't pick their friends.
Yeah,
yep.
I agree with that, because from hindsight, sometimes, even though you think you're looking at a distance, sometimes you'll hear yourself come back in their words or actions, even though you thought you never were getting through. But
yeah, it sucks when they pick up on the negative thing and you're like, God damn it, I shouldn't have said that, or I shouldn't have done that. Then you see them repeat it and you're like,
Yeah, that's a big argument I have with them, that it's one thing to make mistakes, but if you don't learn from your mistakes, you're a complete idiot. And that's a big word in my vocabulary. It's like that that meme that you see, or not the meme, the what do they call the short videos?
GIF.
Yeah, GIFs, where they say the mentally retarded could be trained to sustain themselves under certain conditions. In other words, it's like an old educational from the 50s video about how retarded people are.
Sounds like the world's oldest GIF.
Yeah.
They say saying, retarded.
Jeez. Yeah, retarded is that's a word I invoke quite often. I used to say to my stepson, let me ask you a question. If you were retarded, do you think you would know it? Anyway.
I think the term retarded is pretty offensive. Maybe even worse than camel jockey.
Why would it be offensive?
Yeah,
it's not.
It's not.
It's just a broader term.
It didn't used to be offensive.
Or they could break it down to retardation or The other one.
Smokesteve, are those just going on the floor, just randomly?
No, I haven't. I got my basketball hoop can.
Okay.
Damn, that one went on the floor.
Because
when
it
you
sounds
said
like
something,
it
I was
sounds like they're just going everywhere.
That's in the can.
That's in.
That's
That
the
had a nice
white man
ring.
And last one.
Miss. Miss. Brick.
Yeah, you'd think it would be easy, but got a little bit of distance.
Well, you're not an accurate shooter when the spotlight's on you.
No, I'm not. I'm not
Like
MJ.
Michael Jordan.
So,
Not MJ.
what was that, Steve? A collection of backwash from a series of cans that were left over?
No, I have a backwash jar here that I pour them all in. Then I shake them, and then I throw them into my intermediate container, and then they go into the giant container out in the driveway in the morning.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah.
And then every 4 or 5 months, I bring them down to the Can Redemption Center and get
You
some
guys
money.
get a deposit on those?
5 cents per can.
Wow.
Yeah,
I remember
right.
when we had that down here.
Uh-huh.
Used to be 10 cents for a bottle.
I'm sure
Last
DeSantis
Dance,
did away with
You
that.
said that the retarded, it's because I think that, and I could be wrong, but I feel like the word retarded means like slow or like behind, as far as in cars it does.
It
So
does,
I
and
think
that's
it
the
was just
thing.
I think it was just a broad brush that was just these people,
Yeah.
they're
That was
it was a negative term.
It was
used.
not a negative term. In fact,
Well,
It's
I'd
people
like to
would
hear
be-
this.
I remember hearing a public service announcement that John Wayne did, which was an attempt. He was for a charity to help the mentally retarded, and that's what it was described as.
Yeah.
And it just
It was-
because it became an insult, and almost exclusively an insult. You no longer could use it for what it was originally used for.
And what came after that? Special education.
No,
Special needs or
Yeah.
actually, what really came after it was developmentally disabled,
developmentally disabled.
which in reality, if you break it down, retarded means the same thing.
Right, that's what it means.
Your
It was not
development-
meant as an insult.
right.
I mean, a lot of these words start out they start out meaning one thing, and then over time they change, and so naturally you move on to other words.
And
It's like Negro.
ooh,
And wait, in
Right.
Spanish, black is negro. Negro. And that means black.
Well, before that was colored.
That's right. Colored was there. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think colored actually, it was around the same time because I remember that was a very politically accepted term.
Well,
Colored.
Negro was the improvement supposedly over colored.
Well, I think colored was.
Was there
actually-
any other versions we should
Well,
discuss?
yes. 'Cause actually,
There is
I think colored was an inclusion of the,
I'm not going to fall
of
into
the mixed
that.
race, like the mulatto or the high yeller.
there we go. The Milano came out. Yeah. Okay. All right.
We are
Yeah.
what we are. Well, we should all be proud. Everybody should be proud of who they are.
I agree.
But you know who the first black Supreme Court justice was? Thurgood Marshall.
Thurgood Marshall.
And he used colored in his discussion all the time
right.
until he started using Negro. But then Negro fell out of favor. You're supposed to use black.
Black
An
and then
African-
African American.
And African American, and that always seems stupid because it's
Yeah.
just American.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. I
And,
they
and
should
now we're
drop
back.
the-
Now we're back to black.
Black
With a
is
capital
normal.
B.
Are we? Well,
Yes.
Is there some place I can Google to go through the correct way to?
Yeah, good question.
Well, did you ever happen to see Morgan Freeman discussing Black History Month with I can't remember that Mike Wallace. I believe it was on 60 Minutes.
Vaguely, I didn't see it, but I saw some excerpts of it.
Oh, and he says Morgan Freeman says, I don't want a Black History Month.
Yeah.
And Mike, he asked Mike Wallace, do you want a White History Month? Not, did I say Mike Wallace initially?
Yeah.
No.
Yes, you did.
I don't think it was
Freeman, I saw that interview, and he was absolutely correct, Morgan Freeman.
Steve Croft, maybe?
No, it was old ass guy, dude.
Mike Wallace was old.
All right,
Not
maybe
Chris
it was
Wallace.
him.
That's his son.
No, Mike Wallace, and he's like, well, I'm Jewish, and then he says, would you want a Jewish History Month? And he's like, no, hell no, I wouldn't. It was quite an interesting conversation because what he ended up saying was Morgan Freeman said Black history is American history.
Yeah,
that's what DeSantis doesn't understand.
And he was basically saying, don't give us 1 month, just give us the history of the United States of America for everybody. One history. And he's completely right because it
is very patronizing to have a month to make them happy is what it seems like.
It's like I was going to say earlier, I've been watching a lot of these new series. I got Netflix and HBO, and every one of them, they have a gay guy included just to make it palatable for the general consumption.
Right.
Every possible drama has a gay component to make it more acceptable. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean we're in an era where that's a big deal, but that doesn't mean that era will last forever. Things come and they go. They go too far. They kind of scale back. I mean, we'll see what happens in 10 years.
Yeah.
The complaining about it is what keeps it from going on further too, though.
Well, that's true.
So you can't be too negative about.
No, that's a good point. You can't hold your tongue, or you'll keep it forever.
Exactly.
It's like Morgan Freeman said. You're not seeing any effort on the part of the heterosexual community to espouse the benefits of that type of predisposition and continue to focus on that aspect of an individual's humanity as versus why do they, unless there's an agenda in place, which I suspect there is.
Well, the longer we live, okay, I said that, yep.
Is John Grammaticus on delay? Is he back from 2 hours ago?
I don't know why he mentioned that.
That was so 2005.
He might be watching on delay. You come in late, you turn it on.
Well, he's not going to see this till breakfast then.
That's all right.
That's fine.
I don't even see that. Oh, I must have it on the wrong. I got it on top chat. This is the good stuff. I noticed earlier. Martin said, before I even came on the show, he said something about his Johnson. It was in reference to something I had said, and you had said something to him, and referenced the reply that he had. And I'm like, I don't even see what is that.
Last Dance said to him, yes, exactly, Martin, about your huge Johnson.
Yeah. But it was censored by our. I don't know if that's how the live chat and top chat work. But
I've never figured out how they censor.
It was not on my top chat. I had to switch over to live chat to see him mention Johnson.
I guess.
So I don't know if that's a keyword or something.
We were talking about Fauci, and I said he had a long and distinguished career. And Martin Frog had said, long and distinguished? Like my Johnson.
Oh, okay. That was it.
And I said, it's exactly
it was hidden
like that.
from me. Because
one of those words set off the algorithm.
There was nothing else. I read this
long.
I read it 2 or 3
Johnson?
times, and I'm like, Johnson is the only word in that sentence that could have possibly triggered anything.
What if
Long Johnson maybe?
He even capitalized it to make it look like a name.
What if there's a live stream and the people's names are Smith and Johnson and they constantly talk to each other?
If that's all the people are talking about in the chat, you ain't gonna see nothing because YouTube's gonna keep it from you unless you switch it to live chat.
How about what if we're
because
talking?
there was a combination of two words,
Long.
Long and
Johnson.
Johnson.
Could have been. It could have
Well,
been.
you know, there's a
Wow.
famous author,
We're cracking the
science
algorithm.
fiction author. Name is Philip Dick. What if
Yeah,
you're talking
Phil-
about?
How about
what if
Mike Hunt?
What about
What
the
if Susan
the-
Johnson is discussing Philip Dick novels?
the president of the Anti-Doping Federation for years was Dick Pound. That was his name.
Right.
Dick Pound.
I remember we
Dick
used to,
Pound.
when we worked in an office where they had a PA system, and we would ask for Mike Hunt. Can I speak to
My
Mike
son
Hunt?
knows all those.
Yeah,
and
that.
Yeah.
every different device in our house has some different name that is like similar to that.
Yeah.
And
that's-
she would announce it, and of course.
But he's 13.
Yeah, okay.
I still find that funny, but most people grow out of that long before 60.
Netflix, he's Harib Alsack. That's probably his best one.
I already like him.
13.
Outstanding.
This kid.
That is wonderful.
And my mother-in-law, who is completely straight edge and very religious, had access to our accounts.
She probably didn't get
it. See, exactly. Every name on every streaming
Harib,
device
he must
we
be
have.
Arabic.
Oh, that kid.
Yeah, we had a
Michael Hawk
representative-
Mike Hawk is another one.
Mike Hawk. We had a representative. I wrote it in the chat here from New Hampshire. His name was Dick Sweat.
Dick Sweat.
Well, you guys remember the race car driver Dick Trickle?
Dick
Oh,
Trickle.
yeah.
What about Dick Butkus? I mean, that one's
Dick
pretty
Butkus,
bad too
yeah.
if you think
It's
about
pretty
it.
bad. It's pretty bad.
I first I didn't think that was a real name. I used to think it was a fake name, and I couldn't figure out why they were using this vulgar fake name on TV.
How could they be saying that?
Right.
Dick Butkus doesn't get enough attention for the bizarreness of his own name. It's
Right.
almost like
Mm-mm. Until I was like 20 something did I realize, holy shit, that's fucked up. This name's Dick Butkus.
Dick Butt Kiss. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
It's probably the second most common name in whatever Poland.
I think it has to do with the fact that he was like one of the most feared dudes ever on a football
Right.
field. So to even suggest so might mean like he's going to
But come on, it
kill
didn't
you.
dawn on nobody all these years. It didn't dawn
course
on
it
nobody.
did. Sort of passed over though. If that name had been applied to, like, let's say, the guy known as Richard Simmons, the workout guy.
Yeah.
If his name was Dick Butkus, people would have given him a lot more shit about it than the actual Dick Butkus, who was a fucking murderer on the football field. You know what I'm saying? I think it has a lot to do with it. Call me crazy. Could be wrong.
Yeah, you could be right. He certainly
That's
certainly
what
was
that
one
song-
guy who didn't get teased at high school for his name.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
like.
that's
what
right.
Yeah,
was that
probably
song?
not.
What was that song? His name was. They called him Sue. Remember
Yeah,
that?
right.
Rocky Raccoon, you mean? Oh,
Yeah.
Johnny
Yeah.
Cash. Boy
Johnny
called
Cash.
Sue.
Yeah.
Johnny
Boy,
Cash.
Boy
man.
called Sue.
Uh-huh.
What was that, Smokesteve?
That's how you do in edibles, man.
A little bit of chocolate.
it's chocolate
Okay.
stuff.
A little bit.
chocolate, good.
Just regular chocolate, huh? You just had a hankering for a Hershey square.
2 squares of cannabis infused. The good stuff.
You know what the problem with the edibles is? You can't control it, man. After everybody
That's
metabolizes
right.
everything differently.
Well, he knows what he's doing.
Yeah,
Well,
It's 11:15 at night. This'll set in good around midnight, and at 12:30, I'll be rolling, bro. On my way to bed.
But you're right, though. Like beginners, they'll take it and they'll say, "I don't feel anything," and they'll take more and more and
Exactly.
more, and they will end up in the
I've-
emergency room
And,
sometimes.
yeah, and the worst thing is the aftertaste from edibles. You can taste that shit, man.
Oh, not this one.
God.
This just tastes like dark chocolate, and I know it is loaded with THC. So if I got crazy here and took like the rest of that candy bar, I would be toast. I'd be okay. I can handle it. I smoke a lot of cannabis, so it wouldn't destroy me. But
Whoa, really? None of us have ever noticed.
I'm just anti-edible.
That's why,
smoke it. That's it.
But I mean, you wouldn't do that because you have the experience to know better. But beginners, they don't. Some of them, I don't know that these come with instructions. Maybe they do now.
They don't.
Yeah.
They don't.
But that's the thing with weed, though. I mean, you're gonna be okay eventually. Some of the stuff you're not gonna be okay. But with weed, it seems like you're pretty much gonna be okay eventually.
Like I said,
you just need to convince yourself of that.
Depends on
at
how
the
it
worst
metabolizes. It could hit you all at once. You know what I mean? It's like a dump in your bloodstream. Whereas
man, I've been just hugging cold tile floors before because I didn't know how far I should push it.
Yeah.
But I knew I was always going to be okay.
From cannabis edibles?
No, not edibles.
Oh, from
mostly
booze.
No. Mostly, what I'm talking about is my hookah experiences.
Oh, okay. Like
Most
you're
of my
smoking too much and getting real fucked up, and then okay.
Right. Well, it's almost like a competition because there's like 7 of these hoses coming off, and everybody's trying to outdo each other. And I was
you guys have
like
a huge hookah, a party hookah that you fill the bowl with weed.
Oh my god, yes, dude! So many times, dude.
No kidding.
Oh my god.
At the house or at like not
at my
at
friend's house, my friend's apartment.
Wow, cool.
Wow.
See, I've never got to use one of those. There's restaurants in Charlestown, famous town near Boston here, where I did get to go, and I got to do the hookah there. You buy the not cannabis. That was tobacco only, but I was smoking my bowl there, and the waitress, beautiful Middle Eastern woman, was just smiling at me, serving her food and drinks, and I was sitting there with my pipe. And the whole table was smoking the hookah, and the smoke was going everywhere. I don't think she minded because there was so much smoke in the room that a little bit of weed. And wow, what a cool place that was.
Is that a water pipe? Is there water involved with that?
Water and flavored tobacco in the hookah. And
not in mine, there wasn't. It was water, but no flavored nothing.
And the way they did it at this place was you bought a mouthpiece for like $2. And this was pre-COVID. I imagine these places must have been hammered by COVID. Because the whole thing is breathing and exhaling. With the fucking mask and the mouthpiece. God almighty, if one of them survived, it's a miracle.
Yeah, no kidding.
I bet they had belly dance shows. So that, that enables the business to persist.
Well, the women walking around with serving or... fabulous, so they probably were belly things. I don't know what they do. I don't know what it's a restaurant that's all I got.
Smokesteve, I think the clearing out was always what I had a hard time with. Anything that you had to clear out, you know what I'm saying? I always would end up sick.
Jesus.
Because I was always trying, because I always would be like, because I was a little guy, so I was always like, oh, you think you're tough, watch this.
What is the clearing out? Is that
anything that you had to clear out,
What does that mean?
What does that mean exactly?
Like if you're smoking something and then you smoke it first and you fill up some chamber and then you lift up the thing and you had to clear it out. What I'm saying is anything that I had to do that with, it seemed like I always got sick. Yeah.
Well, don't do that then. Yeah.
No, I don't.
Just roll them, man.
Yeah. I mean, I've I only use my bong when my old college buddy comes by and shit. Otherwise, I'm doing pipe, which you just mellow with, or papers.
I do remember, like in 1978, because I went to school at the University of Florida. They were like cutting edge of new strains of marijuana, and that's where Sensimelia came out. It was like everything up to that point had seeds in it. You could get the stuff up there. It was like, Sensimelia, no seeds. And I used to drive from Gainesville to Fort Lauderdale on the weekends, And I remember getting on the highway on a Friday night after class and everything. I'd be out there by myself, and I would get so fucking paranoid in the middle of the night driving. And the turnpike in those days was dark, so it'd be like I'd be watching headlights from like a mile behind me trying to catch up to me, because it was like weird paranoia, And there's a semi, and he's gonna pass you, and you just like get all nervous and everything, and then whoo, he goes by, and just that paranoia, man. Back then, it was part of what put you on the tile floor.
Mm-hmm.
But I was scared shitless. Fear is a great remedy for nausea. Because I used to get seasick too. And if I was scared to shit on a boat, like in bad weather or whatever, and we were fucking taking on water and shit, I never got seasick. But it went cruising along and going back.
Good to know. Just before you drown, you won't be seasick.
Well, fear was a very effective countermeasure to seasickness. Sure, it works for nausea in general.
All right. Where are we here? Where am I? All right. Okay, we're back.
You just had some chocolate.
Chocolate's good.
Yeah.
Anything else you guys are interested in covering?
You got no videos this week? Come on, man. You've been...
Well, I mean, it's from CNN. I had a CNN thing pulled out, but it wasn't very good, to tell you the truth. Yeah, no.
You got nothing? I feel like I had some topics to talk about, but I totally forgot them all.
Well, break out with some. Let's go. What do you got?
He's getting input.
Last week.
Yes, last week, yes.
I think I said last week, our grocery store, like right down the street, some chick got shot in the face.
You didn't say it was in the face. You said she got shot. That's pretty bad.
I don't know if I knew at the time, because it happened the night before we were on here last week. It turns out this dude, they got like video of him, and he's, this fat, I don't know how to describe him. Oh, it's got that
Well,
the feedback going.
how tall was he?
He was an urban individual, but he's got a colostomy bag. That's the funny part.
Well, that narrows it down. For identifying the suspect.
Yeah, the echo is so harsh.
Son of a bitch. I thought I muted it. Sorry. Okay.
No, that's all right.
No,
he
there's my in the chat. I tried to mute it, but instead I typed M in the chat. So.
That's all right.
Complete fail. Sorry.
They haven't, as far as I know, they haven't caught the dude yet. But yeah, I just think it's funny that this fat black dude's, walking around with they said he wears like a purse type thing to conceal his colostomy bag.
Probably got it from being shot.
Probably.
That obviously didn't stop his life of crime.
No, he shot this chick. So the husband. This is, I swear to God, this is my grocery store. It's right here, and we live out in the suburb. I know I live in St. Louis. It's like Last Dance knows what I'm saying, because he lived in Chicago. He was far away from bad areas of Chicago, and so am I. So it was really like a big deal around here, And it was 8:00 at night, and the husband's loading the groceries into the trunk of the car, and the wife is now sitting in the passenger side waiting for her husband to finish loading and get in the car and drive home after they got a car full of groceries. And some dude walks up to her and is like, "Give me your purse and stuff." And I don't know if there was confusion or he just shot her I don't know. Who knows why he decided to do it, but he shot her in one in her ear and came out her jaw.
Okay.
Wow.
Jesus.
So she's still alive.
She's still alive, and she's gonna make it. I don't know
She
what
is
she
gonna
looks
make
like.
it.
They haven't
It
interviewed
must have
her.
been a
Or talked to the
22.
family.
The round hit some bone, and
Last
Well,
dance. Signing
unfortunately,
off.
her mouth's gonna be shitty.
Well, I'm good.
What were you gonna say up there?
I was going to say I was wondering if she was shot in the face and it had it passed through her brain or not. Not it doesn't always.
I don't think it did. I think it must
Okay.
have went in her ear and came out her jaw, is what they said.
Jesus, shot her in the ear.
I know, man.
Tried to
Well,
kill her.
obviously meant-
Fuck.
yeah, and he'll probably get like 10 years or something if he gets convicted, because none of them are attempted murder, the charges that are against him. Which I
What?
think
Isn't
You
that
shot
attempted
somebody in
murder?
the ear and you're not getting
I
attempted
know
murder?
none of attempted murder is not one of the charges, and I
But,
just
but
think,
you said they haven't found the guy.
no, he's still on the
So,
loose.
so
They could
that's
always
what-
upgrade once they.
That's that's what the
I'm
charges
hoping.
would be out.
I'm hoping. Oh, I must have got something wrong. Oh no, I didn't.
He's got a fact checker there.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we got luckily it was out here in the suburbs, because I don't know if you guys have heard of this Kim Gardner, that's the
DA.
DA for St. Louis.
Right.
Horrible.
Progressive DA.
Oh, prosecuting attorney, sorry.
Okay.
Wait. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, just horrible. She lets everybody out. She thought that that was I think she took she when she came in, she was like, there's too many people getting charged with offenses they don't need to be charged with,
You're talking about the bail, no bail.
I don't know. No, I think she's just letting couple weeks ago we had this dude that he had a
That's
ankle
not what
brace-
happened. Cup of tea.
No.
Right. No, this dude, he was on the he so like a laundry list of things he had been convicted of and charged with and everything, and he had the ankle bracelet and everything, and it was within a month he had broken the ankle bracelet law or whatever like 32 times. So basically every single day, or the equivalent to, he was supposed to be in his house and he left his house with this ankle bracelet on. And he
Hopefully
still was let.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted. Go on.
Well, that's all right. He ended up. He was driving his car, and it was downtown. He was getting chased by the cops, and he was going like 100 miles an hour, and he wrecked his car. And this star gymnastic chick that was in town for some event. She was 17, 16 in high school. It chopped off both of her legs, so there's
Jesus
this big
Christ.
huge I know, man, it's horrible. There's this, and it's shine light more on this Kim Gardner chick that we have in St. Louis, and everybody's abandoning her,
Death penalty.
trying to get rid of her because she's not enforcing these laws, because she thinks the problem here in St. Louis with all the crime is because the people that are committing all these crimes are getting treated too harshly, is basically her theory.
Well,
Yeah, you're fucked up.
That's not
That's
easy.
fucked up.
And it's not working.
Yeah, you have to punish criminals no matter what.
I think so too, man.
If there's no punishment for severe crimes, then what's
Right.
the deterrent?
I mean, maybe we need to do more help for those communities where all these people are coming from that are committing all these crimes, but not just if they commit these crimes, we just don't pay attention to how harsh they are and just keep them on the streets. That's not the answer.
Maybe they should get some fucking jobs. I mean, hello, right? Am I right? So the tax money you're talking about spending on them, are they making any money, or are they just
St. Louis?
these particular communities, these inner city ones you're talking about, like
I mean, it's
where
St.
this-
Louis is what I'm talking about.
right, the bad ones.
No,
in
they're
St. Louis.
losing money. People leave there since the 60s. The population is just like Detroit.
Yeah,
Detroit's
right.
kind of turned it around, and I keep seeing on our local news that we keep focusing on Detroit and what they're doing to maybe
Mhm.
try to do the same things around here. I don't think Detroit's like, some model specimen of the United States, but I think they're definitely moving in a better direction than they were before.
Well,
And St. Louis isn't. St. Louis
part
is
of what
horrible.
happened in Detroit was the the loss of manufacturing
Well, yeah.
and the job loss that ensued.
That started but I mean, it's the same in St. Louis. It's just
that's what I'm saying.
Steel plants and stuff like that.
Hey, anybody close to the Mississippi, right? The industrial cities. That's actually based on what's happened in our shrinking globalism that I discussed earlier. That means a lot of industry is going to come back. So.
Yeah, I think what I disagree with you on your statement that I think you said we weren't on the world stage. I mean, we are the world stage.
No,
you might be right. We need to
shrinking.
focus more attention on that so it doesn't people are only on top for so long throughout history.
Exactly.
We're a young place and we're on top, so that proves that nobody stays on top.
In America's history, there's been an ebb and flow. For example, before World War II, we were isolationists.
What the hell's he doing?
He's doing something.
He's covering his cam, so
you could just press the
could
stop
just turn
cam button.
I know, yeah. It seems like the obvious thing to do.
It's much more dramatic this way. It's almost like a ink blot. What do you see?
You're right, because it's kind of blurry.
It's a piece of college ruled paper, is what it is.
That's right. That margin on the bottom reminded me of a caterpillar.
Just some notes from my random notebook that I keep. Guns, abortion, capital punishment, speech, trans athletes.
DeSantis.
Dave can't morally block. LD, yes cans.
Dave's not here?
It says LD-yes cans.
All you wops.
LD being me?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's random.
Yes cans.
Nice.
Dave can't morally block LD
What's
yes
that?
cans.
Can we get a DNA test on the corner of that
I love that
paper there?
there.
Dave.
Trans athletes, speech, capital punishment, guns.
Dave. Who could Dave be?
Pluto
and Goofy.
Right, yeah, I don't know. Bizarre.
Pluto and Goofy.
Who knows?
That's
This could have
Walt
been from
Disney,
like
right?
2 years ago. I scribble shit down in this notepad constantly. Yeah, it's totally random.
Now it's random. At that time when you wrote it had a purpose.
Totally.
So you're
This
putting
one was
triggers.
about Martin. I wrote this one specifically about Martin.
No Richie Allen.
Yeah, because he yelled at me about asking about Richie Allen too often.
You know, I'm sort of amazed that your printed word is not backwards.
I know.
You got a mirror there or something? That's pretty funny.
He writes backwards, so it appears
okay.
forwards. On,
Oh, here it is. I found the offensive thing from Aphid Lip. I gotta wait till he's back. Holy shit. I actually found it.
You know, last dance we used to have a weatherman that could write backwards on a
on the
plexiglass screen.
yeah, with
And
the
his name was Weaver the Weatherman, and he was known for being able to write backwards. That was amazing.
Oh man, I can't believe Aphid's gone. This is crazy.
he'll be back.
Oh, there's. I wrote notes about trolls. It's funny. A lot of these notes are actually about trolls. Hey, I found your my note about you, Aphid. It's kind of offensive.
What a rip.
I can just show it. I won't say it. Nobody's gonna pick up on the video.
I can't get my readers on. Did I?
Yeah. Well, at that show, I thought this was. I was like, shit. I better write that down. What if I have to delete that for 5 seconds?
Oh, sorry, man. I mean, every show I try to say one. Sure.
That note is probably from back when Hayden owned the channel, which would have been, geez, like going on a year now, maybe.
That is pretty
2?
funny, man.
2 years? I don't even know.
It's pretty funny.
Minute 48. Aphid says blank. I'm not going to say it.
That is hilarious.
You know what?
You can't get away with anything, Aphid Lip. He's got everything in his book.
know.
I feel like in the conversation you were trying to quote, like, and get something out of somebody else. It's not like you were using... It's all about context in that one. Mm-hmm. Like, without the context, you could say, wow, is that offensive? But you might have been trying to, kind of rouse up somebody else's offensive statement by using the term, Which is legitimate in conversation.
He was acting as a provocateur.
Who, me?
I mean, that term, I think, I don't know.
That's offensive? You think that's offensive?
It was, even though in the 1950s...
Why? What does that name... Can we maybe say what that name came from?
Yes.
How did that come about? Why is it offensive?
That's from swimming across a river.
Yeah, it's the Rio Grande.
The Rio Grande.
Is that what it is?
Your back would be wet from crossing the river illegally. Now, there was an operation in the 1950s, Operation Wetback, by the federal government.
And but that's offensive if you call somebody that?
It wasn't in the 1950s, but now in 2023, it is. And that came from, I think the term was used inaccurately for Americans of Mexican descent were called that, and they were like, people born in El Paso, or in wherever, Houston, anywhere in the United States of America who looked Mexican, that term was used on them, and then it became negative because they were born here, just like you and I,
Well, it can also be applied to agricultural workers. Wet, sweat.
Yeah, sure. But I think it is offensive to the ones who aren't that, who were...
So the Guatemalans are offended and the Mexicans aren't.
Well, these days everybody's offended.
Like J-Lo.
Yeah.
Like she was born here.
She
wouldn't
was
want to call her
offended
that.
She was offended that her husband was working at Dunkin' Donuts in that commercial.
Wait, isn't she Puerto Rican, J-Lo?
I have no.
Her ass is Brazilian. Her lips are Puerto Rican. I don't know.
What do you guys speaking of that? What do you think about those people that went down there to get some plastic surgery and got all jacked up?
Killed and stuff.
Got all killed and stuff.
It's pretty terrible.
Killed and shit.
It's terrible.
I think it's terrible.
I mean, were they just unloading with automatic weapons, and they were like, hold on, wait a second, they're not actually the enemy. Oh, wait, we only killed 2. How did that come about that they didn't all get fucking annihilated?
I have the same question. I couldn't figure out how some could be killed and some survive.
Yeah, I mean, you guys, we're all from Live Leak. You've all seen what happens when a machine gun hits a car. The people inside are just destroyed.
Right.
Even with a little machine gun, it's like crazy.
Do you guys think they were really? They thought they were Haitian smugglers, or do you think that they were just like?
Believe it or not, the cartel released an apology note. That was authenticated. It's not a joke. It's really.
I saw that.
Yes.
But
I didn't read it. What did it say?
We're sorry.
We didn't mean to do it. It was a mistake.
And they
Do you think that's going to help them? Do you think it's going to help them?
They turned over the people who were involved. There were 5 cartel members who took it upon themselves, supposedly, to waste these people. They turned them in. In hopes that cartel is like, You know what? Just let us keep shuffling heroin and fentanyl into your country.
I know, but that's
we
what
didn't
I'm
mean to
saying.
kill these people, but like, we'll give you these guys, but let us keep doing our deal here, our little game, and like, let's just ignore it.
It might actually help a little. It really
They
might.
fear the ire of the United States. Killing an American citizen, they think that all of a sudden the 82nd Airborne is going to be in
That's
Guadalajara.
probably not so much that as they fear the United States will lean heavily on Mexico to, find the people who did it instead of working with them to
Right.
commit these crimes.
I.e., the clandestine wing of the
I
DEA, right?
I think if we look what's going on, where China's losing industrial capability to the United States, Mexico is cleaning up skilled labor, all kinds of production is coming out of Mexico. It's been transferred from China. So it's the U.S.-Mexican relationship is becoming more and more lucrative every day.
Yeah.
That could be a factor as well.
I was surprised that Mexico voted against the United States in the resolution. What was it about? I think it was a resolution about China or something. But it was the usual suspects against the United States, Russia, China, of course. And then you kind of got to see what the other nations would do, and there, a few of them voted with China,
money,
including Mexico. I was a little surprised. I didn't think there was anything wrong with it, but
it's because of about the new Panama Canal was supposed to be built across Nicaragua.
no, I didn't know about
And
that.
that's a Chinese operation, and it's in progress right now. But it's not just a canal; it has roads and rail and all kinds of things involved.
Well, that's not going to make Panama happy.
Well, it's a way to we
Increase
all know how
bandwidth,
important
yeah.
it's a way to alter the influence of the United States in the region.
Well, didn't we give the Panama Canal back to Panama?
Yeah,
That's what I thought.
Trujillo's, he threatened guerrilla war.
Yeah, well,
So that was Jimmy Carter did that,
right.
and I think
Jimmy
the
Carter's.
company-
Here's
He's still
cheers
alive.
to Jimmy Carter for still holding on. I mean, it's
Yeah.
been
Yeah.
a month on hospice. That's more than I don't know if
Right.
I've ever known anybody that went on hospice and been on
Hey,
it that's
how,
long.
how many people you know that survive a terminal brain cancer? I mean, the guy is amazing.
Are you guys familiar with a man, a plan, a canal, Panama?
I am familiar with that.
It's a very long palindrome.
Right.
Oh yeah,
You
it's the same backwards, right?
Yep.
Right.
Do you know who the man is?
Teddy Roosevelt.
Yep.
Yeah, but that doesn't work in the palindrome, so
No, don't.
you
Don't.
know.
But it's not just a palindrome; it's a story. That's why it's cool.
But it doesn't mean anything.
It
Go
does
back to
mean
being
something.
a
That's the
American.
cool part.
Justin.
Go back to being an American hero, loser. Should Spain be given back Gibraltar?
No.
There's an old saying, and that is when the monkeys leave Gibraltar, Spain will get back Gibraltar.
I mean, it's
Sounds racist.
Yeah, it does.
There's a lot of monkeys in Gibraltar.
Who said that? Howard Cosell?
Woo! Not bad. Yeah. Jeez, you okay over there?
Well, we'll see. Seem to be okay.
Right now, with that short run we went on the death talk earlier, everyone's all death
Jesus,
obsessed.
don't bring it back up.
Now he's
My
got the
blood pressure
yawns.
just went down.
Don't bring it back up. That's funny. Well, where are we at? 11:44.
Yeah, this chocolate's about to kick in. Smokesteve.
I don't know. Are they? It's hard to tell. The beer, the joints, no rum yet. You guys remember
You
what
guys-
happens at midnight?
I turn into a pumpkin, but what else?
Yeah.
Wait,
Wow.
Aphid left? The
Well,
fuck?
he did. What was that about?
He prematurely left. He thought I was going to end it.
All these rude departures.
Well,
Well, he didn't
We
say
said-
goodbye.
we set our clocks back, bro. Tomorrow
I for-
morning.
I forgot
No
about
shit.
that. I thought
The
we weren't
time
going to do
change?
that anymore.
No, it's happening in about an hour or
Are you
whatever.
kidding me? Holy shit. I had no idea.
Yeah.
Oh, so we.
So we have to get up an hour earlier.
No,
Yeah.
we get. Oh, is that true? It'll
Yeah,
be.
daylight savings time. Yeah, during the summer, it's daylight savings time.
My earphone stops.
That's
That's
Yeah,
that's
it's
the
daylight
worst
savings.
excuse I've ever heard. My earphones.
Well, they're
stopped.
battery powered.
Holy shit. I had no idea the time change was happening.
Huh.
I get
No
up at
kidding.
5 in the morning, man. So that's
Yeah, but he's got
really
He's got a headset that doesn't use my batteries too. He just doesn't like it
What's
as
he
much.
got? A headset from the 1980s? Batteries.
It's wireless.
Right. They're recharged. Yeah, no. I mean, I don't like those. You have a wire. Last Dance, what are those? Some avionic, like aviation headset there?
No, it's just a Sony professional headset.
And you,
This is-
LeGrand?
It's about
Mine is
80.
extremely
Costs about
comfortable.
$80, so it's
Yeah.
not cheap.
I
Mine
hate
was
earphones.
65,
Okay.
and they've lasted. Does yours have the detachable wire on both ends?
Nope.
Yeah, see, that's why I bought these. These are Skull Candies, and when I saw that I could change the wire on both ends, I was like, those are the ones I want. I
Yeah.
can always change the wire as long as I am not a complete beast and drop the headphones from, like, standing. They should be fine,
Yeah.
So I think that's the way to go. He's back. All right. It's on.
I couldn't hear you guys, so I had to. I said it before I left. I thought,
I didn't hear it.
Must have been the delay.
but I couldn't hear if you guys were talking either. So I didn't know. Just
I
Well,
wonder, does Cup of Tea have a job?
Oh,
See the
he's-
chat over there?
He's be able to afford the internet, so he must have some kind of income.
Well, I don't know. It's England. Don't they give money
maybe,
away over
maybe
there?
he's on the
I
dole.
don't know.
All that money he doesn't have to pay for healthcare.
They do have Dole
All those free mental illness
Dole
sessions.
creatures.
I mean, the guy gets.
Jesus. Gasoline.
Cup of Tea seems pretty smart. I would imagine he does well.
What do you think? Copy editor? He edits
Could
copy?
be. On the other hand, he's pretty mean too. So maybe he has a job and then gets fired, and then has to get another job and gets fired.
yeah, you can be poor and still smart.
That's true.
You can be totally a shithole of the planet and still be smart.
No, I'm just.
Not
has not-
pointing the
has
finger at
nothing-
anybody particular.
Has nothing to do with wealth or social status, but rather does he work? Because for some reason he's interested in
Yeah, well, usually
my lack of
poverty, smart people figure out how to avoid being in poverty. That often involves work.
Mm.
Sometimes it involves crime instead.
That sounds like a typical Republican argument there.
Yeah,
Smart people.
Oh, here we go. Republican, huh?
that must be it.
Smart people. They're never poor.
Boy, there's a subject we've completely avoided tonight.
Huh. Poverty and intellect.
COVID?
Nope.
No vaccines.
January 6th.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah. Jan 6th.
which is fine. I had not intended to address that, but he's a crow. It's 11:48 of the PM. So I thought I might mention that.
It was a terrible day in history. I think we can all agree with that 100%.
Now, what I talked with good old Smokesteve wife. I
Oh,
said
yeah?
that with
What-
a Latin American accent.
What'd she say?
Smokesteve wife.
That's Italian.
Whatever it is, I don't even know why I'm doing that. But
Cuban.
she was basically like, but we saw all those videos when they're like outside going fucking crazy on the stairs and shit and like assaulting cops and battling. I was like, yeah. But I guess they don't really want to show that stuff on like one particular news channel right now when they're trying to push a particular narrative, because we all saw that, right? Last Dance, you saw that.
Absolutely.
Hey, as one former president once
So
said,
like this
there were good people
40,000
and bad
hours,
people on both sides.
this 40,000 hours or whatever a video might show a lot of stuff, and maybe it is enlightening, but we all saw this horrendous action that was taking place in other areas. And so I mean, what's the dichotomy here? Are they trying to break it down to like, is he going to be like, okay, so we had rioters out here and some guys using the fence to smash up police officers. But then we have guys over here who are just walking around. They're not associated with each other. They might be there on the same side. Like, what's happening here? Like, the whole thing is...
They were actually victims because they got pepper sprayed.
Well, I'm not sure what you're saying, but I do think that all the videos should be released unless there's a national security reason not to release it.
Well,
or
what
a
I'm saying
safety
is,
reason not to release it.
What I'm saying is that we already have a lot of information from what we've all seen with our own eyes.
Well,
So for them to try to sell us 2+ years later on this thing that it was purely one thing, now that Fox is going to seemingly...
I don't care what Fox spins it. I just say,
of course not.
Put the video.
They would never do that.
Right.
I don't care what they do.
No, I don't, but I do only because I feel like they're not representing it, and that people who are watching that might be maybe not...
Oh, of course. Well, I mean...
not seeing it for the full picture of events that occurred.
I mean, I would rather it just be released, like I said, on the...
Of course.
Through the Congress's own website, but I'd rather it be released to Tucker Carlson than never released to anybody.
Okay. Last Dance. Like if there's a let's say a volcano, if there's a volcano that erupts on some island, right, and there's half the population gets burned alive from the lava, and we're just shown that, but we don't see the people strolling down the street that actually get away from it, because it's not important. Why is it important? Do we see that?
That's a terrible example and totally irrelevant to what this is about. This is a question. There are many questions that are important, including the sentences.
It's cherry picking.
Why are you cutting me off?
I apologize for that.
I mean, there's a question of crime and punishment. Some people think that these people should be killed for invading the Capitol. I think that their punishments, some cases, may be not justified by their crimes.
Who thinks they should be killed?
That's a reach.
I hear it all the time on Twitter. They're traitors. They're traitors, and they should be killed. I see it all the time. For example, when people talk about the death of Ashley Babbitt, and they say, "Well, she's a traitor. She should have died."
For what she was doing, I don't see any problem with the reason she did die. I mean, I wish she wouldn't have died.
Well, she was not armed.
She was unarmed and unthreatening. So I think that is a great reason not to die.
The inter sanctum.
Man,
all of those
you had who knows how many people. That security guard that shot her, or whatever he was.
I don't want to get into it. Police officer.
Okay. All he knows is that they're trying to invade and come where they shouldn't be coming. So he's got to stop that. So
That
how
was-
does he know? How does he know how many? How does he know how many thousands of people are behind her, or if they have guns, or if they have anything?
No,
He's telling her to stop. They barricaded the place, and
I
she's
brought that up before.
breaking the glass to go there.
How does he
She
know?
won't
So if
stop.
he doesn't know, why is he shooting someone if he doesn't know? I mean,
Because
that's
he was the final.
Wait a minute,
barrier.
you're saying that he should
Final
like
barrier.
wait for what? Wait for what? Wait for.
of course he should wait. She's unarmed.
But
She
did
is
I-
not a lethal threat.
She is the first person that's breaching the barricade that they put in place. So
Yeah,
if
She's
after
the
she-
only person. What do you mean the first
What-
person?
it is.
There's
it is
always a first
absolutely
person.
amazing.
I think that's
See,
totally.
This is what I'm talking about. No,
that is
no.
an ignorant statement to say that you think that he's only going to assume that she's the only one that's going to cross that line. There's always a first person, and then
You can't-
after she crosses through there, everybody else that was behind her was going to cross through the same space, just like they did when they breached the windows that they broke in.
Well,
at
hold
the
on a
beginning
minute.
of the Capitol.
I think
What you're
what's
talking
interesting-
about is one police officer who made, in my opinion,
He
the wrong
panicked.
decision. The wrong decision. Now, whether or not we don't know if somebody told him if people come through this glass, that's it, you shoot them. We don't know what directive he was given. We don't know what he was working on.
His job was to protect those
It-
people inside
that-
the chamber.
That excuse can be used for shooting anybody by any police officer at any time. That's not a good enough excuse.
Well,
But the
last-
excuse
let me
of
just
that
say
he
this.
was there and there were senators and more behind him.
Let's look at the.
Plus,
flip
this
side
wasn't
of
this wasn't an outside window. Last dance.
How
This was after he has no idea how many layers of barriers that they've already come through.
Not only that. but
So he's
how
the
many-
last barrier that's in between him and
how
the
many
people behind him.
Not shot?
How do you know that was in his
How much
in his
restraint by
in his rules for engagement?
Completely guessing.
This is exactly why these videos need to be released, because you're assuming that you know the truth and nobody else does, and I'm telling you that there's a very much a different way to look at this.
Yeah.
So I'm all for more
Well,
video.
what's
showing
the other?
more-
Well, why don't you
More
present
releasing.
your other way to
It's
look at it?
selective
This
release.
is the authoritarian mindset
Selective
that
release.
I rail against on Twitter all the time.
Mischaracterize the
That you
actual-
already know the truth, and anything else is an insane conspiracy theory. There cannot be any other viewpoint. Well, that's wrong. Release the video. Let other people form their own conclusions, and we'll see.
Release
But
what
what
does that have to do with
All
the
the
situation
video.
we're talking about?
Including
But
the video of people.
I know, but the video doesn't have anything to do with this officer making this decision at this time.
Right. This is what I want to come back to with this officer in the shooting of her. I think it's a fairly myopic thing because it literally is an occurrence between that officer and that person.
Right.
And the mistake
Now,
may
it was
have
a
been
policeman
made by
on
the
outside.
officer, and the mistake was definitely made by her with her overzealousness to plow through this window for seemingly no advantage or any purpose at all. And then this cop was there and he shot her essentially in the neck, and that was the end of it. It was a really
that's the
tragic
truth.
thing, but that's
was the
literally
end of it.
what happened. One
That
person
stopped
made
it
a
too.
bad decision, the other one made a bad decision.
She was
But
not
she-
told to freeze. She was not told to put her hands behind her back.
Nobody tried
She was
to go
not
through that
told
window,
to,
but
I
mean, I'm pretty sure the
Back up. He
stacks.
just-
Pretty sure the stacks of furniture that were in front of that barrier that they had created was telling her not to come forward. Like she needed to be told to
She
freeze
broke
or
a
not
window.
come any forward.
Absolutely.
There's stacks of furniture in front of this.
Okay, so she wasn't supposed to be
They're
there.
trying
Does that
to-
mean
they're
that
trying
she's
to make the next president of the United States official behind this barrier?
You gotta
Yes,
put it
yes,
in
last
And
context.
dance.
she's breaking through this barrier.
Okay,
So-
last dance reply.
Yes, she is breaking through the barrier, but she had no expectation that she was going to be shot in cold blood in the next instant.
She had no expectation.
So she's not responsible for her actions.
No, she is responsible. She just didn't deserve to die.
Nobody says she deserved to die, but it was just a consequence of her actions.
He did say she deserved to die because she breached this unknown barrier into this inner sanctum.
It was the last barrier between her and the elected officials.
Okay, did the barrier say if you break this window, you'll be shot dead?
Oh my God, no. Only about 20 or 30 cops said, get out of here, get out of here, get out of here, while they were running them up the stairs. And they were
Did the barrier say she'd be killed if she broke it?
Well,
because that's what happened.
You know what?
You seriously want there to be some a sign that is telling her, look, if you break
God.
some.
You're
I mean,
arguing that she should have known that this would blatantly.
She shouldn't. Yeah, she should have known when she
result in
broke
her
in.
death.
She should have known when she broke into the Capitol in the first place.
Let me
That
ask
she would
you
be
this,
shot to
last
death?
dance.
Yeah, I don't climb a fence at the White House thinking that I'm not gonna. There's not a chance I'm gonna be shot to death. So yes,
The White
when
House
she
is different.
broke in,
Why?
It is
any of
different,
it,
but
she wasn't allowed to be in there.
before
But she
we
had no reason to believe she'd be shot to death. It's
Before
not
we
like
explore-
that.
Getting ready to confirm the next president of the United States. She knew
There is no precedent there.
exactly because nobody's been stupid enough to did what she did.
She broke a window.
Oh,
She didn't belong there.
break
She
a
should have been
window.
arrested.
How does
but
he know what her intentions are? And you don't know what her intentions are either.
How do you know? Well, so if he doesn't know her intentions, that's good enough to shoot her dead?
In that situation, when they're going to confirm is the stakes as high as they were, with the polarization of the nation as what it was, with these people thinking that the election was a fraud and they were going to stop it, they marched through the halls saying how we're going to get you.
Oh,
Whoever.
how about
There's no
neighbor,
way.
whatever
How
person.
How about the term
They said they were
hang
going to
Mike
kill
Pence,
them.
hang
This
Mike
is
Pence.
clown talk. There's no way that policeman had all those thoughts in his mind when he shot her. He just
No, he
panicked.
He was
Of course he
panicked.
panicked.
Because he's a shitty policeman. That's why he panicked.
Why? What,
That
what-
I agree with. Now
Why?
let me
What
take
other
this
is he supposed to do when
don't know why
he is in
nobody
one of the
else shot
safest
anybody.
places, in the interior of the safest places, in the
No,
on
I
the
disagree
whole
with that.
United
What else
States.
was he to do last day? Aphid, he could have done a lot.
He has
He
a whole
could've,
range of police powers. Arrest, detain.
Later.
He could have taken her
Afterthought.
ass down and put the pistol in her face and handcuffed her.
She wasn't the
He
only
didn't
one.
have to
She
shoot
was
her,
the
but-
first one. That's what
Let
your
me-
mistake is.
Let me ask you this, Last Dance.
He's not gonna sit there and arrest every single person that's
No,
gonna
hold-
plow
hold-
through that
hold-
window as soon
No,
as she broke through and climbed through it.
I know what you're saying there. So the guys who were coming up the stairs shortly after she got shot with M16s, AR-15s, who were, I don't know, were they cops?
They were there the whole time. Even before she was shot, they were there.
So they were there right in proximity.
Yeah.
They're police officers or
Yes.
were they military or
No,
military
they're police officers.
So why were they there?
Why didn't they shoot her?
Well, they were there to
why
protect
any of the
the
cops
same
didn't
thing that
That's
cop
what
on the
it is.
other side was.
Absolutely, she didn't belong there. I'm not suggesting that she's
Those
she belonged
cops
there.
with AR-15s or M16s were there to defend these senators, these elected officials, because this was kind of it. Now, what it comes down to, I think, is a lot more simple, and it's what you just said, Last Dance. It was one bad mistake by this cop, and his mistake is not justifiable. She may have eventually been shot, but upon her coming through that window and just putting a round through her throat at that moment, that
Right.
was absolutely ridiculous. Now, if she got through and tackled the fucking cop and then he shot her, fine, whatever, but the point that I think he shot her was extremely uncalled for, personally.
It was a terrible decision to shoot, if only because right behind her were his colleagues as well. So it was just
Can he see those? Could he have seen those?
if you can't see, then you shouldn't shoot. That's
Yeah, but okay. Let's say he didn't shoot her. Let's say she breaks in. What do you think happens next? You think she's gonna be the only one that goes through that broken window and just What do you think she's going to do?
It's entirely possible that she's the only one that goes through the broken window. Yeah, but he's not the only cop in the place. There are.
He was at that situation. He was. I didn't see any other visible. I didn't see any.
Are you crazy? Ashley Babbitt was surrounded by M16 toting policemen.
On which side of the barrier?
Oh, on the other side. On the other side, but still, if she
was on.
So what? If she's not supposed to be breaking in that barrier, why didn't they shoot her when she broke the window?
No, what I'm saying is on the other side of that barrier, was there? Who else was in the immediate vicinity?
All I know is he was in there.
Yes,
that's right.
Okay, and so you have how many people were on the other side of that barrier besides her?
435.
I don't. It was pretty crowded.
It was crowded. So what is he thinking that when she breaks through that window? You think he thinks that she's going to be her? She's going to be the only one that decides to, after they've all already gone through the building.
Are you suggesting that it's okay to shoot the unarmed woman because she's the first one through, and that will deter other people from coming through?
Yeah.
That's insane. That's illegal. That's illegal.
In that situation, what else? He's not supposed to take action, and then they just flood through and do whatever they want.
Are you saying the only action a cop can take is either let somebody go or shoot them dead? Of course not.
No, what I'm saying is
he could have arrested her.
How is he going to arrest her when the rest of the people come through that? They've already flooded the gates.
Well,
they've already.
These are all assumptions you're making that somehow.
I'm not assuming that they all did a breach of the.
You are assuming it. You're assuming that it come through the window.
You're only assuming there's an army of guys behind her.
He was not charged.
He wasn't looking at the windows, Last Dance. He is inside the interior of the Capitol. All he knows is all these people have flooded through, and he knows they are not supposed to be there. He's put this barricade up, and he's supposed to protect everybody behind the barricade. And she's breaching the barricade, and all he knows is everybody else is out in that hallway is going to flood through those gates. He doesn't know that there's other cops behind her. He doesn't know any of that.
Then he's incompetent. You have to know where your colleagues are if you start shooting, because you're going to hit one of them.
You think that what do you think that he's got an earpiece talking to the guy that's right behind her? There's mass chaos going on,
brother. Can you give me a peace sign?
The whole Capitol got breached.
Holy shit! We were just talking about him. You boys ain't gonna believe it.
Cypher.
Oh my god.
A naked Cypher.
Of course, this is look. Gee, man.
Holy shit.
Hey, how you doing, Cypher?
I knew this one would bring you out, dude. This is a conversation that this man has argued for hundreds of hours on. You couldn't hold back. You couldn't hold back.
My stuff together here. It's hard, you know.
That's all right, dude. It's all right. Holy shit, man.
Wow.
Yeah. A fat lip. Yes, sir.
Oh my god. Holy shit.
I'm trying to get my shit together here, guys.
We can hear you.
It's not happening.
Are you completely naked? Not that I should ask.
No,
you look good. Your sound is clear.
Oh boy.
No, there's your chest.
Looks like a new one. Is that a new tat?
Back to your old self, huh? It's Saturday, right, dude?
You look like you lost about half your weight.
Yeah, I have. I'm very light. I'm light. There's no doubt about it.
Well, you're going to be back to your swimming weight.
My swimming weight. Yeah.
You're going to be competing again.
Yes, sir.
Did you see Biscuit earlier?
No, I didn't.
Dude, he's fucking tiny. He's like...
He's tiny?
325? I don't know.
325.
I mean, he used to be 5'14", so it's pretty good.
Good. Yeah, you know.
Wow, what a couple of months will do.
There you go.
Amazing.
There you go, boy. Yeah. You're the man.
Biscuit was getting laid and everything, apparently, recently.
That's good stuff. I was getting laid. And now I'm not.
And so is life, my man. Right
I'm trying to get
on.
this fucking. I'm trying to get the. Okay, just a second. Uh-oh, did I?
Now
You're still here.
I'm
I
still
heard
there?
I heard the beep boop, but you're still here.
Oh, man. What's going on? It's weird. Shit. It's not happening, is it? But you're still hearing me, right?
You're
We can hear
clear.
you fine.
You're on video and you're still here.
Okay. Yeah. A skinny man I am.
Look at you, man. That's quite amazing.
Yeah, it is amazing. Amazing without the woman that I was with.
That's all right. That's all right.
Yeah. Hey,
Yeah.
fuck you, Aphid Lip, by the way. And
Oh,
that guy from Philly as well.
nice to see you, bud.
Yeah, nice to see you too, asshole.
Oh God.
Don't worry, guys. You know, it's the way it is. You know what the fuck? You know, I've got the headphones right here and they're not working. What the fuck's going on?
I really don't like to hear you.
Oh, you don't like to hear that?
No, I like to hear you, but I don't want to hear you calling my friends
Oh, bless
and insulting them.
Bless your heart. You know. Bless your heart. Oh, you're such a kind man.
Well, I consider you a friend too, so I would defend you in the same way.
Oh yeah. I hear that. You know, Bobby Cremo the third. You know, and let's get everybody a pass on that. You know, let's do that.
On what? What'd you say?
Bobby Cremo the third. Give everybody a pass on that. Let's do it. Let's do it. You know. Hey. Listen to it. Hey. Yeah, you can't help it, can you, big boy?
I'm not sure what he's saying.
No, you're not, are you? You don't know.
I don't know.
Bless your heart. What the fuck is going on here? Where's my fucking headphones? Motherfuck. You know, goddamn. Fuck me. Shit. What about me? No, yeah, look at the Aphid Lip. Oh, he's just so cool, you know. He's all cool.
Who, me?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
You're the cool man, Aphid.
I just no. Thank you, man. Because I was like kind of feeling pretty shitty about myself. So
Yeah,
I needed you to come on here tonight and boost me up. I appreciate that.
Big boy. You should. As well as that Philly boy. You know? But I can't find my fucking headphones. What the fuck is going on? Shit. I guess if you guys could hear me okay without my headphones, then fuck it.
Check your head. I think they're on your head. I used to lose my glasses like that.
No, you're good. I mean,
You actually, LeGrand, you got about 5 pairs of glasses on your head right now.
can you hear me all right?
No.
Yeah,
Suffer?
you're good to go. You're good.
You sound fine
do.
here.
Yeah,
You're fine
that's
to us, man. So
good to go. That's the that chapter guy, you know. Good to go. Yeah. Okay.
yeah, no problem. Sounds great.
Is that rum and coke?
I don't get where my headphones are. It's fucking weird. You know, it's weird.
Just had them in your hands.
Yeah. Okay. What can I say? I'm a skinny guy. I'm a skinny old 70-year-old guy. What can I say?
That's good.
Yeah, that's good. How old is your dad, Smokesteve? 80? He's 81, 82?
Closer to 90, man.
Oh shit! Really? You put up that what would you call it? The business of him running the
Yeah, that was my brother. Yeah.
he ran the marathon.
Boston Marathon. Yes,
Just
sir.
running like a motherfucker, you know, just perfect.
Yeah, very strong.
Yeah, very strong man. Stronger than I am at my age, you know, which is 20 years younger than him. So yeah.
Yeah, he's an
Fucking weird.
inspiration.
Where the fuck is my headphone? Or my headphones? I don't get it. If you
It'll
guys
happen.
can hear me, then okay.
Sound pretty clear.
Yeah, all right. That's cool.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the lady, that wonderful lady that you've seen in my life, when I put together the videos. That's that's sort of calming itself down, and everything is good though. There's love. Love is in the air. That's the main thing that's happening is that I'm able to get rid of the hatred, and between a number of you. You look at this guy down here, just making his way. Tiki, 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 tiki. Yeah, tiki, 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 tiki. Oh, gotta do my thing. Yeah, don't I? Don't I smoke some cigarettes? Shoo, shoo, shoo. Don't I? Don't I have to smoke those cigarettes? Don't I? Yeah,
What?
Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about aphid is what I'm talking about. You guys don't understand what's happened to you and what has gone on in terms of garbage in, garbage out, garbage in, garbage out. It's gone on over and over and over again on the what the fuck Discord, the Discord. That's what's happened. Garbage in, garbage out, over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. That's what's happened, and you know it, Aphid Lip. You know exactly what's happening.
Man, I feel like you're talking to me, but I don't know
I am
what you're talking
talking to
about.
you. I am talking to you, butthole. I'm talking to you. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry.
Don't do you. Don't do you. You have no idea.
No, I
Go back
don't.
over the motherfucking things that needed to be gone over. Go over them. Hi, Mr. Kilsey. Mr. Kilsey and I have had a few, interactions, which are cool. But you, Aphid Lip, you in particular, is it you? Where is it? Well, I can't even see my fingers. They're not even there. But you, you know exactly what you've done. You know exactly what you've done, Aphid Lip. You know.
I really don't, Cypher. I'm sorry.
Yes, you do know exactly what you've done. So bless your little heart, you little small bug-eyed man. Thank you so much for being who you are.
Is that a compliment?
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
Oh, okay. Well, then thank you.
You can tell that it's a compliment, can't you? Can't you tell that it's a compliment? Yes, you can, can't you? Yes.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Mm. How many toasts are you gonna take, douchebag? How many toasts are you gonna take?
I don't know, man.